Hello everyone, this is Lynn, John Manuelian, whatever you want to call me. Over the past couple months, there have been lots of complaints, or not really complaints, but wish list items and observations that players have made while playing Haunted Cruise, both at Pintastic and while it's been on location at the Electromechanical Pinball Museum, which it's still at. And I've been trying to think of ways to remedy these situations. Most of it relates to the upper table here. And this video is going to document all those changes that I've made and the process that has taken for me to make those changes. A lot of it is going to be unedited. There's going to be lots of seemingly boring quiet time or dead time in this video when I'm futzing around with bending wires or cutting something on wood, but I kind of want to show the entire process, not the happy-go-lucky, hey, I did this, then I just did this type of thing, which a lot of videos do just for the sake of pacing and speed. So this is going to have everything in there unless my phone dies or my recordings get lost or some such. Okay, I'm going to start describing and showing you what the current upper table looks like, and then I'll show you the changes that I made. Here's the current upper table. This is just sitting outside of the table. There's a ramp going up to the flipper from the lower left flipper to the upper right flipper. You can also get there through the plunger lane. You have 3 exits: the upper left kind of switchback ramp, a hidden shot behind a drop target that goes down to a popper and then just dropping down. You can kind of backhand back around the ramp. It doesn't really do you anything. And there's then a bunch of targets in here. These 3 targets here are for the AR modes, and this drop target is also for AR modes and also blocking you from going into the completion hole, quote unquote. There is a leaf switch target here for multi-ball activation and multi-ball lighting, and then you have your bell target right here. So this playfield works pretty well, all things considered. There are some problems with it. So for example, everything kind of over here on this side is pretty good. Everything on the right side, actually more like this, and everything along here is pretty good. You can get up the ramp really easily. This angle of reflection is really nice, so if you just shoot up the ramp and don't touch anything with the flipper, it just bounces off here and goes right to a rest on the flipper. The flipper you can hold up and you can trap the ball. It all works really nicely. Everything on this side, however, kind of needs to change. This ramp can't really be shot consistently. You maybe have a 1% chance of getting around this thing, and there's a couple of reasons for that. First one is it's a very sharp switchback angle. The second reason is the entrance of this ramp with relation to this flipper is way too low. This ramp really needs to be up here more, but I can't put that there because this target's in the way, and if I move this target down here, then the augmented bell won't really work very well, but it'll be too low on the screen. Thirdly, the mouth of this ramp is just too small. Very often you'll hit this little piece of plastic here, or it'll rattle and it won't go all the way up. So this ramp needs to be redone. Next problem is confusion with the augmented modes. Yes, I have 3 targets there and I have a drop target to go on the back, but there are a bunch of modes that it would make more sense to shoot in through these targets rather than to the left next to it. For example, the very beginning mode that you start playing with the game, like every game, is a door. You hit the door 3 times and it opens up, and then you need to shoot next to the door. It would make a lot more sense if you could shoot into the door somehow. There's some other modes in a similar fashion where if something opens up or something displays itself that you've just hit, like a cause and effect type of thing, if you could shoot in there, it would make a lot more sense to players rather than having to shoot next to it. Third problem is there's only one way up to this table, like I mentioned previously. Yes, auto plunging and multi-balls will shoot to the top, but you can skillfully drain every once in a while, but you can't rely on that. The ramp is very easy to shoot, but that doesn't change the fact that that's the only way to get up there. There really should be a second way, and that's been a big complaint from a lot of people, that there's only one way to get up there, and it would be nice if there's a second way. So to show you what the CAD originally looked like, this is the CAD model, the old version, and you can see it's just targets here, the switchback ramp, this popper that brings you down to the flipper, and this back shot. So now I've made a bunch of changes, and somehow I managed to fit these things. I don't know how, but and I haven't needed to make any changes to the lower playfield, like the main playfield, except for one small spot I need to Dremel maybe like a 1/4 of an inch off so something will fit. But this is the new upper table. So what's changed? Firstly, like I said, everything on this right side has essentially remained the same, right? All of this I was happy with, so I didn't change any of that. Everything on the left side, however, I did tweak. This bell target didn't move. This is the only thing that didn't really get adjusted on this left side, because I was very happy where the shot was. So right off the bat, it's very obvious this ramp has changed. This left upper ramp has changed quite a bit. It no longer switches back. It no longer has a steep incline to it, and it no longer has like a tiny mouth. This mouth, I believe, is something like 2 1/4 to 2 1/2 inches wide now, which is plenty big enough for this flipper to get in there. It has a nice big curve, and the angle is a little more gradual going up. I think you'll be able to get up this ramp, if not 100% of the time, like 90+% of the time when you shoot it, unless it's just like a limp shot of the ball bopping around. But from a trap, you should be able to get up this ramp constantly, and that's important. This is also the skill shot ramp, so when the ball kicks up here, you should now be able to very easily shoot it, and there's wide enough opening here that you don't have to be so super precise that it'll guide the ball up and around, and you should get your skill shot. Second thing, 2 ways into the playfield now. Obviously you have your ramp on this right side, but on the left side, the popper no longer goes down to the lower left flipper. The popper, I can unhide the sketch. I believe, yes, it's the sketch. I don't know, can you see that? Maybe you can't see that very well. Edit. Can you see this a little bit better? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's worse. Exit. Exit. Oh, come on. All right. So this. Where did that sketch go? Nope. 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 Where did my sketch go? Here it is. So this popper, if you can see it, it might be difficult, now comes up and around and drops you out over here. So it's kind of got this like whooshy type of thing that goes up over this ramp, up over this whole assembly, and above these 2 right targets, and throws you down to this flipper. The goal of this is when it pops you around, if you hold the flipper up, you should be able to get the ball at a trap, and then you can do what you need to. So how does this change things? It changes it quite a lot, actually. So now, whenever you shoot the left orbit of the main playfield, if I exit this isolation, whenever you shoot, whoops, but I still want you to be translucent. Actually, I'll just hide you. So whenever you shoot this left orbit, which sends you to the popper will now always send you up to the playfield. So this shot is a hurry up, a ghost activation, a specter collect, and a mode start. So every time you shoot over there, even if it's none of those are lit and you just happen to shoot over there to save the ball, you'll pop up to the upper playfield. Again, and so that's from the right flipper, and from the left flipper you still have the ramp. So now each flipper has a way to get to the upper playfield. What this also changes is when you complete a mode, because usually when you complete a mode you would shoot in the back and you would drop down to the popper and go to the left flipper. When you complete a mode, you go to the map screen, you will also always come back to the upper playfield. So you will never finish a mode and not be able to get back to the upper playfield immediately to start progressing your next mode. Alright, let's re-isolate this, if I can. Which it's not letting me do it again because reasons. Okay. So that's that. And also I can, by removing that ramp, you can also see this section has changed quite a bit too. The drop target that used to be here is now moved over here, so you can shoot into the thing that you just hit in augmented modes. Or what I have right here is a diverter, which is normally closed. I think that's this sketch, yes. You should be able to see that. This diverter is normally closed this way, so when you shoot, you'll just kind of end up going this way, generally speaking. But some game modes might want you to shoot next to it. So, for instance, the study mode, where you're shooting 3 candelabras. Once the 3 candelabras start floating around and doing their thing, they light the pathway this way. Well, once this pathway is lit, this diverter will open up and you'll shoot in and complete your mode, then pop back up. So now there's two ways to finish modes, depending on what the mode needs to do. So it won't feel as consistent between things, because that was another issue. Like every mode, there were 3 targets in the middle, and then there was this left shot. Now it can be a left shot or a middle shot. And I would have liked to have a drop target or something here too, so I could have a little more randomness on how the modes, or not randomness, a little more flexibility on how modes and what shots modes have. But there's not enough space here. I barely had enough space to move the drop target here. I also wanted to have a drop target here, like 2 drop targets, but the jet bumpers below take up all the space. It's impossible for me to put another drop target here, which is too bad. It could have been neat to be able to go this way, or this way, but at least I got 2 of them in. So that's that. And so this upper left loop thing brings you down to the lower left flipper. Again, I will show you the top and exit isolation. Come on. So now what you can do, there's a really nice flow going on. You can, let's get rid of that. You can shoot the playfield, then shoot here, shoot the playfield, shoot here, and you got this very nice 2 flipper flow. I don't really like single flipper flow where all you're doing is hitting like the left flipper button over and over and over and over again to do a loop, or the right flipper button or something. A lot of upper tables have that kind of thing. High Speed has that kind of thing. Funhouse has that kind of thing, and Tron doesn't have it because that goes into the jets. But it's very common for your upper flipper to be in a little loop, and I've even made a few things like that on some other tables. But I prefer forcing the player to use both flippers. So left flipper, right flipper, left flipper, right flipper. And it's a little more fun, I think, for the player, because now they're not just pressing the same thing and it's not monotonous. In addition to that, as you're going through your combo here, if you wanted to, you can switch it up and go up the ramp and across into the back, pop back up, and then continue a combo, or continue that other upper ramp combo into the popper. So there's a couple different ways. This popper part of the combo, that's a stop and go, whereas this left-right combo is a continuous flow. So it's for both players, both types of players. before I added that, this game was very much so stop and go, which is fine. I like stop and go. If you shoot the far right orbit, it goes in the jet, so that's kind of a stop. If you shoot into the right side, it goes to the popper, which is a stop, which brought you down here. The upper playfield, if you shot up here and around, you could kind of do a little bit of a flow, or when the popper popped out and you can shoot up there and around, which was a little bit of a flow, but it wasn't continuous. There was always a stop. But now there's a flow that is continuous if you so chose to do it. And just to kind of show you what I meant by there's no space under here, you can see the jet bumpers are right here. If we show lines for a minute, this is the drop target assembly right here, and it barely misses this guy. There is no space right here for another drop target assembly. It'll completely dig into all of this ball path in here. So yeah, I couldn't really add anything else, and I could barely fit this in. You can see right here, this spot, well, yeah, this circle here and this curvature here, they kind of intersect. So what I need to do is just shave a little bit of this off on the on the lower table, and it should work fine. Whoops, don't do that. If I spin this around, yeah, you can see right there where these two things intersect, where the coil and the lower table intersect. Now you might be saying, hey, but there's no space here for the jet bumper. Well, I can just rotate this facing this way, this coil facing horizontal, and it'll fit fine. And this assembly down here isn't fully defined, but I do have a data east assembly down there, so it's kind of blocky, that fills in a big chunk of this section. But it will just barely fit if I face this the other way and I shave off this, but just. In a similar manner, this guy up here, this is the diverter that I have for the upper table. This just barely fits also. I couldn't have made this more perfect if I wanted to previously. I don't know how it worked out that way. This pole just slips in this curve of the lower section, and this fits like just horizontally kissing this this rollover. I don't know how that worked out like that. It just managed to do so, and I'm quite pleased that it did. What you did see under there a little bit, though, is this subway. This is a new subway that I need to form along with this ramp. So I'll form this ramp and subway at the same time. And this subway effectively catches that and brings it back to this lower, these lower guides right down over here. Let's see if I can hide the upper table. Oops. That is U, hide U. And can I show the subway? Show. Yeah. All right. So this subway, let's make you transparent too, just for funsies. Yeah. So this subway, it catches the ball here and brings it down over here. So I just need to trim this little section so the ball can go in, and then it'll be basically the same, because the ball originally dropped down right here. Yeah. If you look more of a top view, you can see it better. It'll come right down in here. So I trim this little section and move this down a bit. The ball originally dropped down here from the upper table when you kind of shot that back there, but now it's going over here, which is actually better. It solves a bug, a mechanical bug, I guess. I'm supposed to have a switch up here to detect when the ball goes that way. It never worked. It was too tight for it. Now I can add the switch into the subway, and I can always detect when it goes through the subway to add other special effects. There's a really cute effect I added that I just had to remove because it didn't work right mechanically. In one of the modes, you can shoot the ball off the upper table, quote unquote, and it'll splash into the water. So when you shoot in that direction, a big water splash came up, and it went pshoosh, and then it popped the ball out. So now when you shoot in that direction and you fall down in here, I can actually detect you dropped, and I can have a water splash again, and other different little effects. So that's, I think, all the changes I made for this. Show, come on, show. The one other thing I guess I can probably show. Why? Come on. Show everything. Show. Hang on a second. Show. What? I don't know why it's not showing everything right now. Well, I don't know why it's not wanting to show me my upper table anymore, so I can probably just do this and force show everything manually. It's a little annoying. Alright, so if I isolate this, as far as this popper goes that I kind of showed you here, where did that drawing go? This popper. I also made a side view of it so I would have a rough idea to make sure it would fit in the cabinet. So this is the path that the popper would kind of go up and over this ramp. And this line up here is the edging of the cabinet. I aligned that with what I had down here, so I knew that this popper would not hit the glass, which is a big concern. You only have so much space, and it'll go right down and around to where I need to. So those are the changes I made. Now it's off to cut it. I didn't realize everything. Like, I didn't fully realize that popper, and I didn't fully realize this ramp, this lower left ramp, this one, because there's other pieces to it. I'm not the greatest when it comes to defining wires and semi-organic things in SolidWorks, so I at least have enough of a guide that I can Mickey Mouse it when I go to make it for real. But this table, let's exit isolate, let's now isolate you. So yes, so here's the playfield that I'm going to be cutting on my CNC. I'm not going to be cutting the bottom, there's no point. I do have some dimples here and some insets, but it's nothing important that I have to do. And that's just a pain in the butt to do bottom cuts every once in a while. So I'm only going to be cutting the top surface, all these things. And yeah, I think that's about it, and that shows you the changes I made. Okay, I'm here in the shop. I'm about ready to start cutting the Mini-Playfields, the playfield area. I've just lined everything up. So the first cut I'm going to do is this section. These are some of the very large area through holes. The little window that I got, a drop in the back to a subway, a popper hole, and the shelf where the ramp kind of sits on. I also think there's a couple other miscellaneous things, target holes and such. So this is using a 1/4 inch bit on my router. And like I said, this is the rough pass. After this pass is done, I will then use a 2mm bit to do all the little details and final cut. Okay, so this just finished cutting the rough. I didn't record the whole thing. A lot of it was really boring. Most of it was cutting out this area. This whole rough cut took about 2 hours. If we look at the machine tool, it says 1 hour and 53 minutes. And a good 1 hour and 20 minutes of that was just cutting this out. So I didn't record the whole thing. That would be quite boring. Okay, let me move the machine out of the way for a second. All right, so what do we have here? We have the portal down to the jet bumpers for the player to see, the shelf that the piece of acrylic kind of sits on, the spot where the ramp goes, the popper hole, an access hole for cables. There's a couple switches. There's going to be a flasher up here. Those all go down in there. This is the hole that the ball goes into for the little subway that's now on this table, this mini table. This is a T-nut hole for a number 10, one of those black bumper posts. This is the hole for the diverter, and this is the hole for the switch that's in the back that you light the fire for multi-ball. And finally, this is the flipper hole. So that's what we roughed out for this. Now I'm going to change the tool on the router from the 1/4" bit to the 2mm bit, and I'm going to start doing all the details. Quarter-inch bit, 2mm bit. Okay, what I just did, once I got the bit in, I went to the center of the table to zero it because that's the most important section of this table. The 5 inserts and the little shelves the inserts sit on are in the center of the table, so that's the most critical to get 0 correct. Everything else it generally is just a through hole, so it doesn't really matter what 0 is in that case. So I need to load up the new G-code, and then I'll start cutting. And here's the Mini-Playfield, all cut. It seemed to cut out okay. I got to do some sanding. You always have to do some sanding at the end of this. And the inserts seem to be nice and sharp in how they need to be. Hopefully they're the right depth. It's kind of hard to tell. I'm pretty sure I got most of the footage of the cut. So I'm going to sand this down. The total time for this part of the cut was 50 minutes. So it took 50 minutes to do all the detailing. But yeah, so that's the cut. I'm going to sand it down and get everything prepped. And maybe do some clear coating tomorrow. It's getting late. Alright everyone, today I'm going to work on one of the wire ramps, the new wire ramps that needs to come out of the Mini-Playfield. This comes the left orbit over to the left flipper. Yeah. So I printed up my schematic. This is not a full schematic, but it's full enough for what I need. This is where the wire goes into the playfield, because I have a little hook that goes in, and this is where the flipper is. I'm going to be making 2 loops of this, one which is exactly this pattern that has the little circle at the bottom, and one that is for the sides, which is not going to have the circle, it'll have a little U at the bottom. And I'm going to leave a lot of extra slack up at the top so I can add mounting rings and all kinds of other things. So what do I have with me? I have Pinball, as I need to make sure that the pinball can go through things when I wrap it. I have flux and solder that I picked up. This is plumbing, flux, and solder. It's good for brass. Not brass, I'm sorry. It's good for copper. I am very hot and tired right now. And I have copper grounding rod. This is number 10, I think. No, number 8. This is number 8 grounding cable. This is what I'm going to use for the wire. I have a dowel, which I can use to mold my ring. It's just the right size. This is 1 1/4 inches. And I have a platform to use a blowtorch, and somewhere around here I have my blowtorch as well. I'll find that when I need it. First step is, you need wire cutters too. Wire cutters. First step, I need to cut and bend all of the cable, or all of the copper wire that I'm going to use for the sides. I'm not going to worry about the U's or any rings right now. I just want to get the sides kind of shaped out. Then I'll worry about cutting the U's. And the U's I'm going to use probably this guy to form, because he's a little bigger. I don't know if that's coming up on video. This diameter is a little bigger than this, so it'll wrap around it without too much difficulty. All right, let's get to it, I guess. Let's see. So you can get smaller gauge cable or smaller gauge grounding wire to do this. I've used as small as 10, I think. Yeah, I've used as small as 10 for some ramps. I actually have an example of that over here somewhere. So here's a wire ramp. It's a little mushed at the moment. Oops. It's an older one. This uses number 10 wire, and if I can, you can maybe see the You can maybe see the diameter difference of that. So there's no reason why you really need the bigger stuff. I prefer the bigger stuff because the games I like to play, the older Bally Williams games, tend to use thicker wire for their habit trails and things than the newer Stern and Jack stuff. But I mean, it all depends on what you're trying to design, and it ultimately doesn't matter. All right, I'm gonna move that there for now. So, might as well measure this quick, just to see how many feet I kind of need. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Then that's another 9 is math, 19. Then I believe this is 4-inch radius because I've measured that in CAD. So I'll call this 20 plus 20 plus 4. So we'll say 25 inches worth of wire. So might as well measure this out. Maybe not 25, maybe. I'll say 24. That should be enough. If not, I can use it to make rings. Oh my god, there's a cricket in here that's just pissing me off, and I'm trying to get rid of it, but I can't get rid of the thing. Be right back. All right, I think I found where it is. Doesn't necessarily mean I got rid of it, but I have to deal with the cricket. I wanted 2 feet of this. I need something to mark with. Okay. Let's see. So 1 foot is here. 2 feet. It's up about here-ish. All right, now I get to straighten this. For that, I'll use a clamp sometimes, like for these really bad pieces. Just put in the clamp and flatten it. Takes a little bit to do. It tends to work out okay. All right, good enough. So unless I mathed wrong. Oh, I mathed wrong big time, didn't I? I wanted 44 inches. Ha. All right, well, I can always use this to make the little ring, so I'm gonna count out 44 inches now. 44 inches is about 4 feet. So both sides are gonna need about 4 feet. And I believe this is, no, that's 30 inches. Is it really? Is that? Sorry, don't mind me while I try and math. Yeah, because that goes about 22 inches, so 44, 40. I'll just cut 4 feet, the entire length of this thing. And that'll be the cable, and there's going to be too much on there, but that's all right. I'd rather there be too much than too little. This wire is not completely insanely expensive, but it does cost money, and I don't want to constantly waste it. Come on. Thank you. Why did you not want to cut? All right. I'm going to straighten this out. I'll be right back. All right, this is straight enough. So what I'm going to do, because now this is more than, this should be plenty long enough. I'm going to find the middle and mark it, and that's where I'm going to make my first bend. So if this is 48 inches basically, and that's at the 24 mark. About there. So that's the center of my curve. And you can take this, let's see, marker's right there, and wrap it around like that. Okay, so this is this thing down here. Now, pliers. I take this, I take some pliers. I'm going to be bending this open. Kind of like that. See if I can round this a little bit more. Yeah, that's better. Then here and here-ish, thereabouts. Let's see. Ball can go through there without a problem, so that's good. Let's adjust this a little bit more. I need another pair of pliers. Sometimes manhandling it doesn't always work, and you need a little bit more finesse and detail, so these pliers stink. This one. That, this comes up more down there. All right. So I'm going to flatten this, Flatten that, and then flatten this whole assembly again. Make sure this is straight. I don't know if you can see that. Make sure these are somewhat straight. Now you can see I kind of mushed that, so I'm going to straighten that a little bit. Just put it right back in here. And do what I can to flatten it. This comes this way. Okay, that's about as good as this is going to get. So now, my bottom ring, which is close enough, and let's see, I need to, yeah, so that's going to be close enough, I think. I say it's close enough, and yet I'm still tweaking it. I want it a little straighter. That is not straightening at all. Jeez, me, come on. I have to pull it more there and straighten it out. Yeah, maybe that's what I needed to do. Alright. Yeah, it's a bit better. Okay. Lots of little manual adjustments with this. Okay, that's more or less following the tracks I want. I think you can see that. Yeah, that's more or less following the tracks that I want. And if I take my ball, the ball should stay in here, no problem. Good. Okay, now I need to curve this thing, and curving it is probably going to be a manual process, just bending along and following this the best I can. Come on, curve right there. Right there. Okay, that's one side. And you don't have to worry too much about keeping it perfectly flat. It is not going to stay flat while you manually bend things. It can always be adjusted later on when you go to solder things together. It'll just kind of fix itself a little bit. I want to straighten this a bit. It was open more than I wanted it to be. Being a pain in the butt. There we go. All right, and then you can't even see that. All right, and that should cover that curve fairly close enough. Yeah, that covers that fairly close enough. What happened there? Wow. That's a little too far off. Okay. And then the same thing again with come on. I want it bent right there. Okay. And same thing with this side. Okay, that's close enough for what I care. Straighten this part out. All right, that's probably going to be good enough for this wire, because the ball, when I attach it all, will stay in there fairly decently. And I can also adjust a little bit of it. Once I solder a couple pieces together, it'll be a little more rigid, and I can fix like this curve here, because this is going in a little too soon. I can fix that now. Yeah, that's a little better. This is good. This is still not far enough down for my liking. Yeah, that's now too sharp. It's supposed to be a little more gradual than that. How's that? That's probably good enough. That curve matches a little bit better. And again, when I solder some of this stuff together, because this will solder out nice and straight, and then I can take this and I can bend this out to the correct width. And I have plenty of slack left over to bend down if I need to. All right, so I'm going to be cutting the same amount for the next wire. I'm not going to record this whole thing because that took a while. And I will be back once I have the second outer wire bent. So I'll see you soon. Okay. All right, so I have the two pieces. Let me move some out of the way. I have the two pieces. They're going to layer on top of each other, kind of like so. And then over here, I'm going to either bend things down or bend things kind of in little curly cues to screw into the playfield. The next step, I need to make some rings that'll go underneath and kind of hold this together. And for that, I'm going to use this larger mount And this strip that I screwed up on, I'm going to want to ring here, 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 and here. And yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to want 7 of them. So if I wrap this around 7 times, then I'll, no, 4 times, and I'll have 8 half rings. Trick is starting it. One, two, three, and a half. So that might be enough. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's going to be enough. So now I just cut it. And I can use snips or whatever's handy for this. I think I have, yeah, I have some, a saw over there I can go cut with, so I'll be back in a minute. Okay. I have all these little rings, these half moon rings cut out. I got 6 of them. And they're going to be what I use to support this. If I move some of this junk out of the way. For example, put this there and put this on top. You can see, hey, look at that, it's beginning to look like a little bit of a wire form down there. So now comes the trick of soldering it together. And for that, I have this little needle nose that I can use to help hold things together. So for instance, I want one to be here. I can hold this once I make it the right size. Come on. Oh, that's too big. Too small. Come on. There it goes. So I can hold this roughly in place here. And I can solder this joint. And then once that joint is in, I don't need to hold this anymore. And I can just go down the line, because I want one here, I want one here, I want one here, I want one here, I want one here. And once I have these bottom ones in, I'll then put this on top and I'll go through and solder everything on the top. While I solder these on the bottom, I'm going to make sure that they're about the right width to what I want, which I believe is 3/4 in the middle. So if I pull this out again and grab a piece of wood that's about 3/4 inch wide, which is none of those. Piece of wood? Wait, what's this? What's ½ inch? Alright, well I only really have ½ inch floating around, I guess. Oh, here's something. It's too big. There we go. This might, no. Really? Alright. This will work. So this is 3/4 inch thick, and it should fit roughly in the middle there. That's what this says. So as I go down the line, I'm going to flatten and bend this. But the first step is to get this first one soldered in. And to do that, how well can you see? You can't. I'm going to move this over this way a little bit. to like there. I'm going to use the blowtorch and braze the things together. Let's take this assembly that I've already set up. Well, like that. To solder, first I need to douse it with some flux, and then I can use the solder and the blowtorch. Sometimes I may need to use emery cloth to clean up the brass, but this is so new, it's not really a problem. There might be some instances I'll have to do it, we'll see. All right, here's the flux. Get some of this flux down in here, so it'll flow. Okay. Solder. And pray. There you go. One joint done. It's as simple as that. Don't want to touch this, it's really hot. But I can wiggle it a little bit. Oh yeah, that's on good. Can I touch this thing? Yep, I can touch this. Get this off. Yeah, look at that. First ring partly on. Excuse me. All right, next up. I need to solder this section too. So same idea. I take some flux, throw the flux down in here. Take the torch, take the solder, and have at it. Turn this like this so I can see what I'm doing. And done. This solder's hot. Look at that. One ring down. There's a little globby on the bottom. That's okay. Now I need to do this with all the other rings, but as I said, in between doing this, I want to take that piece of junk wood that I just had and measure along the way. Other sheets, this is wood, huh? It's not. So this, ooh, that's hot. Needs to go in there. And what I can also do is I can take the clamp and clamp it in to that piece of wood to really help keep the size correct. Come on. There we go. Actually, well, I can't really do that because the wood will burn. But that helps straighten that out a little bit. I'm gonna need to do that a little further up. Really tighten that in. There, now that's pretty straight. So the next spot is going to be right here in the middle. Now that I have this first one on, I don't need to really use this unless it really becomes a problem. That's still hot. And also, while I'm at it, just for funsies, the ball rolls and it stays in there pretty good. So, yay. Alright, so let's set this up like that. What's my up supposed to be? My up is supposed to be this. Yeah, I can twist that as I need to. Okay, so that's in place. Wash, rinse, repeat. Take some of this, shove it down in there. Whoops, I might as well. I can get it all in there. Okay. Glasses. Solder. And a torch. Okay. I did not really get this side very well. So put that in there. There it goes. Whew, that's hot. Phew, I got a little splatter. That's hot. All right. Again, there's lots of extra solder on the bottom. I can always sand that off or grind that off or some such. I'm not overly concerned about that. So, yeah, there's two of them. And I keep going down the line like that. This for sure needs to be flattened a little bit. Ow, that's hot. I should know that by now. There we go. Fix the bend a little bit. Okay, this curve came out not too bad. If you look at this along here, this curve is not bad. Okay. Okay, next. And that actually worked pretty good, so I'm going to lather some flux on before. Some around there. Some around there. Some on here. Okay. about like that. Should do it. On to the next. Okay. So far, so good, huh? All right, I get 3 more. Actually, I'm probably only going to need one here, here, and over here. We have to measure to figure out where this ends. But definitely here and here. So this goes in here, and I bend out, like that. So once I solder this in, I'm probably gonna wait for this to cool down a little bit, then clean up this curve here, because I want the ball to roll nicely along there, like it is here. And it's a little meh over there. All right. Yuck. Grab this. Throw on here. Throw on here. Okay. Might be running out of gas in this thing. I hope not. Wait, how well did this side solder? I don't think that side soldered at all. No, that side didn't solder at all. All right. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. All right, how about now? Oh yeah, it's soldered now. Okay. Woo, boy, that's hot. I keep saying that. I should learn by now not to touch that stuff. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to wait a little bit for this to cool down so I can adjust this, and maybe I need to get more fuel. I don't know. If I can make it through this, I'd be happy. But before I go too far, just want to show you when I put this on, it sits pretty nicely in there. There's some adjustments I need to make over there on this side, but yeah, this will come out pretty nice. Then I'll have a new ramp. Over in this side somewhere, I'm gonna have to figure out where to put a mount onto a post. But that's just details for later. In the meantime, I'm happy with this, and then I'll paint this later on. Yeah, this will definitely need to be adjusted a little bit over there once I get some of this mounted. And yeah, this will be pretty good. All right, well, I'm gonna let it cool, make some adjustments. I'll probably finish the rings off here, and I'll start another video when I start doing this top section. Okay, here's the completed ramp, or the almost completed ramp. I just finished the other section, the upper part. It's not perfect, but it's good enough for what I need it to be. Ball travels through it pretty nicely if I tilt it up. Like, yay. And it's also very structurally sound now that I have all of these braces and everything on there. A couple things I need to do left on this. Right at the end, I need to curl the two end pieces down and snip off the excess because they need to go into the playfield. And then these other pieces I'm going to kind of curl up and around and make little loops that will drill into the side of the playfield. I'm not going to do that for a couple hours. I want this to dry, and I need to go grab the new playfield to measure and figure out where everything needs to be. I can tell based on the schematic that the hoops bends need to start about here-ish, but as far as where the hoops go, I didn't define the upper rail in the schematic, so I kind of need to do it by look and feel when I bring the playfield over after I get the bends in. So, yep, now it's a waiting game. I'm gonna go inside, cool off. It's really warm and humid out here today, and I'll be back in a couple hours to work on this next section, and maybe I can get this done with the exception of the little downspout that I need to put here, like the down mounting piece. I could print up I probably will print up another small schematic that just has this section with the slingshot, so I'll know where on here I need to mount the piece, and I'll probably just go ahead and mount it. I'm not going to use this wire. This wire is way too thick, but I do have, I think, a little bit of, I think it's 18 gauge solid core cable floating around somewhere that I can strip and use as the little mounting bracket for here. Up here, it's going to be this section. That's why I made this so big. So, yeah, that's it for now. All right, this has cooled down plenty now. So what I'm going to do is work on this section. As I mentioned previously, this has to bend down. These need to spread out and kind of go into circles. So I'm going to take the schematic, figure out exactly where this thing needs to bend down. And this actually needs to shift over a little bit. Well, that'll be fine when I go to install it. I can just bend a little bit. So about right here, I'll mark that. Yeah, this is still covered in flux. Whole thing is covered in flux. All right. This needs to go to about here. See that? Yeah, I think I can barely see that. Alright, so I'm going to bend this out of the way. And these are going to bend square there. If I can get this down between here, where it needs to be. A little wider. Go. Come on. Right there. Okay. So now that this is here, just double check. Yeah, that's right where that needs to be. First off, I'm going to see if I can bend this a little bit. No, I can't. Alright, I don't want to do that. Well, let's push you down. Like this. So I think doing that, I'll now allow these two things to go in here without a problem. Yeah, look at that, pretty nice and snug. Right in there. So I'm going to trim down at the bottom, of course. And that just curves around the edge of the playfield as I expect. So fantastic. Okay, let's get this out now. And where are my cutters? There it is. One. Two. All right. Now that I've done that, we can sharpen this curve a little bit more. There. And these can become rings later on. So let's double check this again. Let's put this right in here. Perfect. Don't like how this left side is a little higher. That can push down in there. All right, yeah, that'll be good. So now the ball is here. When it comes this way, come right down there. Let's do this, put this underneath to mimic a slope. Perfect. Okay, so the next thing I need to do, which isn't going to be too difficult, is find out where these things need to mount. So this one needs to pull out a little bit there. So I have two little dimples. It might be hard to see. I've got a dimple right here and a dimple right here. And these dimples are where the the guide connects to. So this needs to bend a little bit around there. I would like this to attach maybe like right behind it. And this right here, this is where a post goes in. This post is going to hold up the ramp that's right here. So this needs to not only go behind the dimple here, but around the post here. I'm going to raise this up a little bit. So this has a little space to live. Okay. Okay, so that's how this is going to go. And this one is to bend a little bit more. Here-ish. A little bit more. I need a second pair of pliers for this one because this is getting a little tight. Okay. And finally, you need to flatten out a bit. There. Okay. So that successfully goes around this and right over where this dimple is. Good. All right. So I guess all that's left is to bend this down. You need to take this out to do this. Bend this down. I'm going to mark it actually first. This marker is just not working very well. Alright. So this, yeah, this works better. There and there. Okay. All right, so I've marked on here. I don't know if you can see it well. Right here and right here. That's where it needs to bend down so I can start my curl. No, not like that. Yeah, like that. screw up. It didn't screw up really at all. Okay. Okay. All right, and then I curl while I flatten. Actually, I can do this part here. With this, so I suppose step one is to fix that curve. It's gonna get loud for a second. Okay. Good. Okay. So that'll fit. That'll sit almost flat on the playfield. You can check it. Oh, that damn cricket is back. So I put this in here. Yeah, because then that would be, yeah, that went too far, but that's okay. I'd rather it be too far than not far enough, because what I can do is bend this up. That cricket is gonna drive me insane. I'm gonna bend this up a little bit like this, then flatten this. Now this should go in nice and tight, and that can be nice and flat. Yeah. And then the ball, where to put the ball? The ball right here. And the ball can still come right into there without a problem. Yeah, okay. Hang on a second. Jesus, that cricket just won't shut up, will it? Okay, so now I have that bend where the playfield is going to be. The last thing to do is curl around something, and I can take a screwdriver, like this, and I can curl around the screwdriver. If it'll let me. just need to start it first in the direction I want. Okay. Okay, I started adding a curl there. Let's see if I can flatten this using a pair of pliers. First off, I can swing this around a little bit more. Then I want to flatten. There. There. So that's a screw curl. I can fit. So I have these number 6 and number 8 screws, and they can go right in through here. Sure. And I want to mount it, and it'll clamp nicely and clamp into the wood really nicely. So that's one. Let's trim that. On pliers. And there's one. I do the same thing on this side. That was this. Bending around. Curl. Ow. Okay. There's another one. Screw will fit right in there. Come on, cut. Thank you. Cool. Okay, put you there. Put you in where you're supposed to go. Yeah, this will fit great. This will mount right there. This will keep the ramp nice and sturdy. Be good. Perfect. It's maybe going up a little bit. That's easy to fix. That just means this section needs to bend down a little bit. There we go. And that's mounted. It's all got a nice flat trail coming through. The ball will very easily get onto the sabot trail. And yeah. So this ramp, with the exception of the very end, right over here, remember, I still need to add a little footer over here somewhere to do the same thing like this with smaller gauge wire for the slingshot screw hole. Otherwise, this is all set. Okay, so here's the completed ramp. The ball can come around through these guides, no problem. It can come all the way down and drop right into where it needs to be on this end. But there's something different about this guide. This is the correct size. This is the guide I first made that I recorded right here. And it is too short. Look at that. 2.5 inches too short. So dumb me printed up the schematic wrong, and this was too short. So I brought it over to Haunter Cruise to measure and figure out where I need to solder the little leg here, and it didn't go all the way. When I lined it up, it ended too far up. So after swearing and yelling at myself, I printed up another schematic and I made another ramp. So here it is. This is the final ramp. I can now solder the little leg without a problem, paint it. I started painting this kind of goldish to help hide all the solder joints. I'm going to end up doing that with this one too, but now it will be correct. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is convert this ramp into some tool paths so I can make a buck and cut this thing out. For forming. This is actually the buck that I plan on creating, minus all of these fillets around it. So I need to convert this to a 2D drawing and then split up the drawing into multiple pieces, such as this top piece that covers like the whole thing, then a few different pieces for the ramp shape itself, a few pieces for the curved piece, a few pieces here which I never molded out or defined out here, that is for the little ramp sides, I guess, and this section here, which this section is going to be its own little block. So I'm going to measure some stuff first. So I think this is 1/2 inch, right? Yeah, that's 1/2 inch, and this is 1/2 inch. Excellent. All right, so I designed this correctly to begin with. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this fillet, because that fillet is going to muddy up the 2D drawing, and I think that's this guy. Yeah, the other fillet I want to get rid of is this one here, because this is a nice smooth curve, but when I'm cutting out the block, you can see the curve right there. When I'm cutting out the block, it's not going to be curved like that. It's going to be flat. Excuse me. It's going to be flat because it'll be easier to at least define the shape if it's flat without this curve, because the shape actually ends right where this line is here, right across, and that fillet was added on top. So I'm gonna hide that fillet. Was that the fillet? No, what fillet was that? This fillet. Oh, that's that curve. I don't want to hide that fillet. That's this fillet I want to hide. Okay, and this line I don't need to worry about. It'll just, I can just delete that in the drawing itself. Great. So I got this. I'm gonna create a new part, or no, a new drawing, and the size is gonna be, I don't know, something like 10 inches by 20 inches. That's too big, but I'll adjust that later. I want to pull the top in, get rid of any other forms, and this sheet needs to be 1:1, not 1:5. needs to change slightly so that, so if this is 5 across, I'm sorry, that's not what I wanted. This sheet right here, properties. Yeah, if this was 5 across, this is actually probably going to be, I'm sorry, if this was 10 across, this is probably going to be 8 inches, and if this was 20 up, that's probably going to be like 16 inches. Yeah, so I got the horizontal right and the vertical a little smaller. Maybe 15 inches is probably good enough. Yeah, I can go a little smaller. Let's try lucky 13 inches. Too small. I could measure it, but I'm lazy. Okay, and let's get rid of all these little crosses here. And finally, I'm gonna make this drawing see-through like this. Okay, so I'm gonna export this out as a DXF, and then I'm gonna bring this into Inkscape, and I'm gonna create all of my extra pieces with that. This is gonna be a single line, so that's good. File, save as, and CNC. This is gonna be upper left version 2. V2. Fine. And then I'm gonna save this as a DXF. So I saved the drawing in case I need to go back to it. Now I'll save it as a DXF. Okay. Now I can take that DXF and bring it into a program called Inkscape, and Inkscape is free. It's a vector drawing program. Let me find my ramp. It's the wrong ramp. That's the ramp I want. Alright, so if I open up Inkscape and drag and drop that DXF in, it'll bring it in as separate lines, and then I'm going to need to combine things and kind of separate things as I want. So drag in that ramp drawing, it'll load it in, and here we go. So here's the basic ramp shape. So as I said, I need to break this up into 5 or 6 pieces, and each piece is going to be and there's only a few pieces are going to be cut on each size wood, and I'll explain that in a second. Let me just get this all set up, and let me ungroup this. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Ungroup, that's what I want to do. And I will get rid of this piece because I don't want that piece. Alright, so here's my drawing, or here's my shape. When I create these ramp bucks, I create them in layers. So this main ramp part, if I go back to SolidWorks for a second, this main ramp part here, right here, this is 1.25 inches tall. And I can create 1.25 inches or depth using a 3/4 inch piece of wood and a 1/2 inch piece of wood, which is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to have two cuts, the 3/4 inch and 1/2 inch, and I'll sandwich and glue them together. And on this section here, this is another 3/4 or another 1.25 inch tall, so a total height of 2.5 inches. But I can do the same thing here. I can do a 3/4 inch and a 1/2 inch for this section here. And this piece here, it's defined as a 1/8, but in reality I can use whatever I want. So I'll probably just use the 1/2 inch for this big section. On top of that, this block here, this is a 1/2 inch depth, like right here, right along this left side and right side. That's 1/2 inch. So this block here is going to become a cutout 1/2 inch piece that will be stuck right on the front. And finally, as I said, there's going to be little lift pieces here, and this section here is 1/2 inch. So I'll cut that little triangle lift section that goes on each side. So there's 2 of them. They go at the same angle roughly of this, out of the 1/2 inch as well. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 1/2 inch pieces, and 1, 2 3/4 inch pieces that I'm going to need to define. All right, with that said, the lift section is, let's see, can you see this well? I'll zoom in a little bit. The lift section is going to be this chunk right here, from this line to this line down to here. So this little square. So if I can take these 4 pieces, copy them, and paste them, this is my lift section. I need to adjust this because I don't want it to go that far out. So there and there. So that's my lift section. I need this in both 1/2 inch and 3/4 inch. So I'm going to duplicate this again. So those are the 2 pieces I need, 1/2 inch and 3/4 inch. So the next step, I need to make this into a solid. So I grab all these corners, or all these long pieces, and I path combine, and then combine the vertices. So now if I fill it, get rid of the stroke, have the fill, and merge the vertices. Now it's one solid shape, and that's the kind of thing I want. And I'll color the shape something not black. I typically use black for through holes, so this one will be blue. I'll denote, anything blue will be 1/2 inch in this case, and anything, what color should I make this? Path combine, then combine the vertices. I don't know, how about green? Anything green will be 3/4 inch, anything blue will be 1/2 inch. So we can set that precedence up now. All right, great. So we have these two sections. I'll move them out of the way. Next, I need to do the shape itself. This whole ramp kind of shape. And I can do that by, again, grabbing these 3 pieces, but then I also need a few more pieces on top of that, the curvatures and the straight edges. So I go through and I grab all of these little pieces. I copy and I'll paste over here, and here's our ramp shape. And just like I did with these 2, I need to adjust some of these lines that are too far out. So I just do that by dragging the vertices, and it's set to snap on other lines, so long as I don't combine them too soon. So there's my ramp shape, like the body of the ramp. And I'm going to need 2 versions of this, but first, before I do that, I'm going to combine everything to just make it easier to move around, so I don't accidentally shift shapes the way they're not meant to be. Okay, so green I said was 3/4 inch. I'm going to zoom out for a second. And blue I said was 1/2 inch, so that 3/4 inch shall move over there. I can kind of slip you in there. Paste this up here, slip you kind of in there. Let's move you here for now. And I'll make you blue. Fill, dropper, that. Okay. So now, 1/2 inch, 3/4 inch. The other 1/2 inch I need is the block that goes on the edge here, which I can't use this. I'm going to define it myself in here. And the diagonal pieces that go here. Also the total shape itself. So we can actually do the total shape. And I can work on that with this. So if I get rid of all these, all these extra lines. I don't know why there's so many layered lines on here. And I am left, yeah, maybe my projection wasn't quite right. That's why I have all these extra undesired lines. Anyways, I'm left with this shape. This is the bottom section. So let's look at this 3D model again. This bottom section is that full shape. That goes on the bottom of the whole thing because it's the top, basically. It's the top shape, right? Then I have the two pieces that make this whole shape. Then I have the two pieces that will make the block here, and I will sand this diagonal once I combine these two pieces here. I'll bring it to a sander and sand it. You'll see that. So finally, I need to make this block, so I need to measure here to figure out what size that needs to be. See, this is not 1 3/4 because I have this shape continuing there. Instead, it's what's the height of this? That is 1/4, or that an eighth, I mean. So this is 1 3/4, which is 1 6/8. So this is 1 5/8 tall, and then 2 inches wide. So I can create a block just right in here, and it's going to be blue because it's 1/2 inch. If I go to scale, I can set the scale specifically to 1 5/8. 5/8 is 0.625, I believe, and then the height is 2 inches. So apply that. Now this will be exactly the size that I need it to be. So this is another 1/2 inch piece. Put this with the 1/2 inch. Now I did not create a 1/2 inch section here yet, or combine this, I mean, yet, because I need to know what this length is. And actually, I guess I could do that with right in SolidWorks, couldn't I? Because this length would be this projection on the on the bottom. Would be no, not quite that. Not quite that. Oh yeah, it would be this length right here. So this length is 2 inches. So that's 2 inches long. And as I said, this thing is 2.5 inches tall, but this is 1 1/4 inch up, or like this raises up 1 1/4 inch higher than this. If I take this and I measure from here to here, this is, well, 1 3/8, I guess. I'm gonna call it 1 1/4 just to make it easier to cut this thing out. So if that's 1 1/4 inch, so this block I need to make is 2 inches over, 1 1/4 tall, and then it's just straight diagonal. So you'll see if I take this piece, for instance, and I say I want it to be 2 inches wide by 1.25 tall, and then apply this. So that's going to make that kind of stout. Now what I can do is take a line like this, you can attach it to the two corners, and now if I break this up, path, let's show the stroke again. Path, I'm sorry, not that. I want to break, I believe it's this. No, because I created the box. It just needs to be convert to a path. There we go. And then I can break all of these up like that. So now I can select this line segment and this line segment and delete both of those. And then finally I can select all this and combine them, then merge everything back together and fill the stroke. So there we go. So there is that little lift piece. So if I take this and copy it just for funsies and rotate it ever so slightly, you can see this will fit. Not quite there. It said that said it was 2 inches. I thought that was 3.2. Then what was the 2 inches that I don't know. All right, so this needs to be 3.24 inches. That's easy enough. If I select this, whoops. Come on. If I select this and then change the width to 3.2, 3.25, right? And still keep the height at 1.25. Come on, I pressed the wrong button. 3.25, 1.25, and then apply. All right, so that stretches that out the way I expect. So if I copy pasta this and rotate it now, this will fit nicely here. No, not that. Will you rotate? Come on, rotate. Thank you. It's trying to snap. Hang on. So you can. This will fit right up to that curve, which is what I want. And don't worry about this up being not in line with this. This is a profile, whereas this is a top view. So I'm making 2 different sides at once. And I need 2 of these. I need one on this side and one on this side. So I'll copy pasta this, and I can rotate this 180 degrees. So it can kind of fit nice and neat, like right there. All right, so that's those 2 pieces. That is this piece here. So this piece I can now combine. Path, combine, then merge everything together, color it. It's gonna be blue. Okay, so here's a thing to see. Notice how these circles aren't through, right? They're not colored appropriately. There should be a hole there. I need to, if I take this path, for instance, if I highlight a vertex, and I can choose, I think nope, not in there. Under path, there is a reverse. So really? You're supposed to allow me to. Will you select this stupid? Come on. Path. Reverse. Nope, that didn't do it. Alright, so I guess I need to select these paths individually. And then say path. Reverse. No. Alright, I'm going to break this apart for a second. Path, break apart. And I'm going to take, no. I'm going to take these things and this thing and say path, reverse, and then I'm going to combine with this again. Why you know? Come on. You're supposed to. I've done this a whole bunch of times. Path. Reverse. Really? What's going on? Alright, well, so I don't waste all day on this, I'm going to break this apart again. Then I'm going to select these 3 circles and I'm going to combine them, and I can color them black. So those would be my through holes. So this will be a 2-pass thing. It'll be the outside cut and the through hole cut for this. I don't know why the reversed paths weren't working right now. So okay, so like I said, all these things in blue are going to be cut out of 1/2-inch material, and all these things in green, these 2 things in green, are going to be cut out of 3/4-inch material. The final step is to lay this out in a somewhat cohesive manner, because this is not cohesive. Now, something else to note too, these 2 green pieces are exactly the same as these 2 blue pieces. So I don't technically need these green pieces, as I'll show you in a second. If I make these green pieces in the 0 of the document, so this is the 0 point of the document right down here in the lower left. And I'll get you guys out of the way, and I'll move you guys a little bit. And if I take this piece and put it next to it, because I know my wood is fairly long, it's the piece of wood stock that I have is 2 feet wide by a bit tall. It depends on which stock I use. This, it's like 8 feet tall. This, I think it's, no, I'm sorry, this is 4 feet tall. This is, no, this is 8 feet tall. This is 4 feet tall as far as stock goes. This square can fit right there, and then these 2 things can fit like right here. So I'm going to change the, actually, if I can rotate these 90 degrees, can't I? 90, and they can probably fit pretty snug, like right over here. Yeah, I'll do that. Or even, I can take this guy, put him in there, take this guy and kind of put him off there. Then that's nice and tight. Yeah, pull that from the edge a little bit. Now, if I go to properties, I can change my document properties to be 2 feet. I'll call it 22 inches by 16 inches, something like that. I don't have the full panel that I can work with. I've already cut some pieces out of it, so this is probably a safe size. Now, as I was saying before, I probably don't need these green pieces. In fact, I'm going to delete them because I know I don't need them. When I go to define my tool paths, I can just reuse these 2 pieces as the 3/4 inch cut, and I can just generate 2 different G-code pieces, one that has just these 2 with 3/4 inch cut, and then one that has all of this that uses the 1/2 inch cut. I'm going to save this because I put a lot of work into this. So this is going to be saved as upper left ramp V2. The last thing I need to do is add tab spots. If I don't, so what tabs are spots on a CNC machine where the bit doesn't go all the way down through the material, and that allows you to have all kinds of weird shapes. But as long as you don't cut all the way through, they're not going to be jiggling around and cause cutting problems. Typically, I use red for tab, and I just kind of put it where I feel it makes sense. So in this case, a tab can probably go down here, a tab can go here, a tab can go here, a tab can go across here, not that big, but I'll adjust that. A tab can go here, 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 I'll put one here. Well, actually, no, I guess This section's a little trickier to do. I guess I'll just put a tab across here, right? These shapes are really small. The smaller a shape is, the more difficult it is to add a tab. And I can put a tab over here. I'll rotate this so it's a little more understandable. Same with this one. This tab does not need to be that big. This tab can then be copy pasted around in a couple of spots. Yeah, sure. And I think that's it. That should cover most of this. I don't like how that tab is sticking out of the document a little bit, so I'll pull that over, and then I'm going to adjust the tab to here-ish. So that should be good enough. And then I also typically combine the tabs into a single unit just to make it easier to select everything. That's all the tabs, right? That's not all the tabs. I got more tabs up here. All right, path combine. And that's all the tabs. Okay, so there's my cut. Or those are all the pieces I'm gonna cut, and all the different sizes. The 1/2 inch and then the 3/4 inch. Save this. All right, so now that we have all these pieces set, I need to create some tool paths for my CNC router. Something I did off camera, just to save some time, I added in the subway pieces. So this piece right here and this piece right here are for the subway for the new upper table. This is the top section, or like the mounting plate section, kind of like this, and this is the ball trail. So I put this piece over here because it only needs to be 1/2 inch, just like these pieces. But this piece, again, like these two pieces, needs to be not only 1/2 inch, but 3/4 inch. So that's why that's there. It'll just make it easier when I go to cut and create toolpaths for it to all be together like this. All right, so the program I use to make my toolpaths is another free program. It's called LaserWeb. It's designed for laser cutting, but it also has tool routings as well. Let's see, and I'm gonna open up a web browser because I'm gonna need to look up some calculations. Whoopsies. So the router bit I'm going to use is going to be a 1/4 inch bit, and this program uses everything in millimeters, so I need to convert everything to millimeters. Inch to millimeter, and so a 1/4 inch bit is 3.175 millimeters. So that's kind of what I'm going to keep in mind. Also, I have 1/2 inch material, which I need to convert to millimeters, which is 12.7, and I have 3/4 inch material, and to convert that to millimeters, that's 19.05. And just to show what I'm doing, actually, I'm just going to Google and I'm typing whatever inch to millimeter, and it tells me what it is in millimeters. Very simple conversion. Okay, for LaserWeb, we created an SVG using Inkscape. This is saved as SVG, and I need to bring that into LaserWeb, and that is a document. So I open up a document, I go to my directory, and I load in the SVG, and it should load it up without a problem. And actually, before I do this, something I'm going to do is I'm going to create a stock that goes under it so I can ensure that it's the right size, because this doesn't always import things incorrectly. So if I go in here and I create something that I know for sure is like 5 inches by 5 inches, 5 inches, 5 inches, apply, and I'll change this color to brownish or some such. So now I can just take a quick measurement when I import this into the program, and say, oh, is it really 5 inches? And 5 inches in millimeters is, again using Google, 5 inch to millimeter is 127 millimeters. I should have known, I should have just multiplied. So let's see, let's open up this document now that I have that piece in there. And if I click on this piece right here, it says the max is 120, or I'm sorry, the size is 127 by 127. So I know it imported correctly, which is good. Max is not the size. Max is the extreme point on either the X or the Y based to 0, and this is 2 point whatever and 4 point whatever off of 0. What I won't really need to see is look at size. As I mentioned, every once in a while this doesn't import it incorrectly. I think this new version fixes that problem. And I no longer need this piece, so I can just get rid of it. Delete, thank you. This new version takes care of that, so it's less of an issue, but still, just out of sanity, I do it anyways. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is create the 1/2 inch tool paths. So I'm going to click, all right, I'm going to select all the pieces I want for my 1/2 inch, which is basically everything on here. Actually, sorry. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make the through holes, because you don't want to make any of these detailed through cuts after you've cut contours, because the contour itself could chew out when you're trying to do the cut, and it could become not as defined and destroyed. So I want this through hole and this through hole, and then I'm going to create a single. And for since these through holes are only on the 1/2 inch, I only have to worry about creating a 1/2 inch version of this. And I want mill cut inside. This is going to be called 0.5 inch through hole. The tool speed doesn't matter because I control that, so I usually put 10,000. The rapid Z is how far above the material the head moves when it needs to go to different cut positions. It's your safe Z movement spot, and I usually set that to about 4 millimeters. The start Z is where on the material the head should be when doing calculations for the actual cut. And this can be anything. So I mean, if you have wood that's not even, where your wood is contoured, let's see, do I have an example over here? Not really, I guess. But if your wood is contoured with like a little bump on top or something, and you want that bump to be cut in, really that bump should be your 0, but you could have the flat part as your 0 and the bump as like your positive Z, and you can start your cut at the positive Z. Generally, you should keep that at 0. And then the NZ, like how far into the wood it goes, since this is 1/2 inch, I said that needs to be 12.7 millimeters. My router isn't the most accurate in the world, so I'm going to say 13.5 millimeters, because these are all through holes and I want to guarantee they go through. So, and in this case it needs to be negative, so negative 13.5. Everything above your stock is plus, everything into your stock is minus. The final, the past depth. So when you cut like complex shapes like this, you can only cut so much material at a time, or you'll flex the bit in a weird way. So you need to define how deep each cut into the material is going to be. So you may start at 0, but then you're going to go down one pass, down another pass, down a third pass, and however many passes you need to cut that shape out. In my case, since I'm using a 1/8 inch bit, which is 3.125 millimeters or 175 millimeters, I tend to try and keep the cut equal to or less than the size of, or like the diameter of the bit. So in this case, I'll say like 2.5, well, to be safe, I'll say, no, I guess I can do like 2.5 millimeters. So each pass down is going to go 2.5 millimeters, 5 millimeters, is 7.5 millimeters, and so on until it makes it all the way down to 13.5. Final cut width doesn't matter. The tool diameter is 3.175. Step over, I don't usually cut. The plunge rate with this particular tool, I set it at 400 millimeters per minute, and the cut rate I usually set at 1500 millimeters per second. That makes the machine go almost full speed. It's fairly cutting this soft material. This is MDF, and like Home Depot MDF. And the bit that I have, I'm going to be using I believe it's an up spiral, so a lot of the material is going to be pulled out. So it should be fairly okay to use high speeds, and I haven't ever really had a problem, unless I accidentally hit a screw, which I'm not going to do at this point. All right, the last thing I need to add is the tabs, which are all these red pieces, and I forgot to combine these red pieces, but c'est la vie. So I can select all these pieces by clicking here, and they're highlighted over on the left drop down here. Then I drag them all the way to the bottom where it says create document tabs, and then I define how deep the tab depth is. And generally speaking, I make my tab depths close to 3/16 to 1/4 inch off the bottom of the material. So if we take this piece of wood, for instance, the tab is gonna end like about here-ish, or the cut's gonna end about here-ish on the tab. And what that does is that prevents these things from moving around. If you cut all the way through your shape completely, then the shape could jostle either through the machine or from other cuts. My machine, again, isn't beautifully accurate when it comes to Z depth because I've modified it a little bit and I have to Mickey Mouse it a bit. So I tend to choose the more conservative, the more, I guess it would be liberal tab depth. So in this case, it is, I said no deeper than 4 millimeters. So that would be 13.5 minus 4, or negative 13.5 plus 4, I guess it would be 9.5. It's weird because the tab depth is positive, but the NZ is negative, so it's a little odd. Actually, I don't need the tabs for this, do I? Okay, so this brings up something else. I can cut all of this stuff in a single pass, technically, because it cuts based on what order these things are in. So if I now select all my pieces, and I want my pieces, yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter what order they're cut in. And then add all these pieces into this list. So these pieces were added after the first ones. If I select this guy, this is the hole, these 3 holes. Then this guy is these 3 holes. I guess this tab is going to kind of get into a situation there. I can shift this over a little bit, just manually in here. So now that's not going to be a problem there. None of these tabs are into the other holes. And then after it does all those holes, it's going to start with this shape and then do all the through shapes. So this should probably be okay. And we can see if it's going to be okay by generating the G code here. And if the G code looks good, then we're good. And oh no, I can't do this because, all right, here you go. This is why you want to visualize this ahead of time. With these cuts, I said I wanted an inside cut, but these shapes need to be an outside cut. So it does need to be 2 passes. And you can see how the red line, let's see if I can zoom this in a little bit more. You can see how the inline is the red line is inside this contour, and I don't want that. I want it on the outside. It also screwed up some of these hole cuts, which might be a problem just in general with the file. So I'm gonna have to double check that in a second. So let's get rid of all of this shenanigan, and let's get rid of all of the tabs because we don't need the tabs here. And delete this cut, and let's try cutting this again. Okay, it does not like these things, so I need to figure out why. You can see the little red circles and the green lines there, so this cut that okay, but it didn't cut the ones over here all right. And I do have that in as the first operation. So there's something, oops. Come on. Well, I need to reset this whole thing anyways. So in this file, I remember I mucked around with some of these at one point. Path. Let's try to. Oh, you know what might be the problem? Maybe I need to. Yeah, I think I need to convert object to path, and then I need to combine these things, and then we can try that. Let's give that a shot. So we'll make a very quick thing to check to see if this SVG will work. No, so I'm gonna make the assumption that anytime I see these holes not filled in like this, because even if I move this out of the way, it's not filled in, then it's wrong. So I'm gonna clear that, and I'm gonna reset this again, and I'm gonna try to reverse the contour, because I remember I did screw around with contour shapes. Path. Let's try to reverse and save. Now let's see if this is gonna work. No, that still didn't work. So I'm not quite sure how I screwed this document up. I guess this is gonna be a exploratory experimentation period. Great. Let's see, mill cut inside. I'll call this ASD. I'll call this 10,000. For start 0 minus 13.5. Pass depth is going to be 2. No, I said 2.5. I'm just testing this to see if this is going to be okay. Tool diameter is 3.175. That's fine. That's fine. 400, 1500. Let's see if this generates. It does not. So something is royally messed up with those lines. Shoot. What could it be? Well, I guess I can break these up into separate objects. This is becoming more of a pain, but I don't know why this. And I don't know what's going on with these, because at first they didn't want to cut through the material, and then they didn't want, and now they don't want to do proper tool paths. So path, break apart, and now it should be 3 separate objects in there. No, why are you not 3 separate objects? This is also a problem. Path, let's separate these. Now let's combine each thing separately. Oh, now it's okay. So it looks like this contour is backwards. So if I select this and maybe path revert, no, path reverse is supposed to do what I'm trying to make it do. Object. Yeah, path reverse is technically supposed to do what I'm trying to have it do, but it's not. And I should also be able to highlight one of these guys and rotate it too. So I'm not sure why I can't do that here. Path. Maybe with one vertex. No, it's just not wanting to do it. All right, so I'm gonna break this object apart. So now I have 3 different objects. Let's see if I can reverse this path now. Let's see. No, that's still not revert. Okay, something is messed up with that object. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to throw this roughly where it's supposed to be. Here. What object is this? So that's that. I'm going to bring this down and over where it's supposed to be. Doesn't need to be perfect because that's just a little screw hole. I can always widen it. Now if I combine these things, combine, save it. Now I'm thinking it's gonna work because there was that one path object that was all foobarred. This, but now that one path, God, I don't know what's going on with this. But let's see if I get a different result. That mill cut inside 10,000 for start minus 13.5, 2.5, 3.175, 400, 1500, generate. So it worked on one but it didn't work on the other. Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna keep that object broken apart because something is not working nicely. And now with everything broken apart, it should be able to do it. Except for this one. Why is that one a problem now? This is crazy. Path reverse. I mean, I'm running out of ideas here. Nope. Christ. All right. Let's replace this thing. I hate manually doing that. I shouldn't need to. But for whatever reason, I do need to right now. Okay, now they should all work. Knock on wood. No, don't shoot. Reset. Sorry. Oh. Have a little bit of a cold at the moment. Okay, let's try this. Create single again. Mill cut inside. This is the root. New holes. 10,000 4 0 negative 13.5 2.5 tool diameter 3.175 400 1500. Okay, now generate. Will you work? Hey, it worked. Look at that. All right. As you can see right here, I can see that all the path steps are working for all the holes. Finally, so that's good. All right, I'm gonna clear that. I'm gonna be doing 2 different passes. The first pass is for that. I can get rid of this now since everything else is gonna work okay. I'm gonna be doing 2 different passes. One pass for the holes, which is the inside, as I mentioned, and one pass for the shapes, which I'm going to do now, which also has the tabs associated with it, which is going to be an outside cut. And it's going to be the same depth. So now I'm going to create a single. This is going to be outside, and this is going to be shape 0.5 inch. Everything else is going to be the same. 10,000 for 0, negative 13.5, 2.5. Tool diameter is 3.175. Cut rate, plunge rate is 400. Cut rate is 1500. Plunge rate 400, 15. But now also with these, and yeah, milk cut outside. And with these, I do need to add the tabs. So I'm gonna select all my tabs, which I guess I could have merged when I was in the dock or whatever. And I can drag and drop this here, and then I said the tab depth was 9.5, I think it was 9.5 millimeter. And now we can check to see if both of these generate the way I expect. And yes, it did. It's probably a little hard to see, but you can see where the tabs are, it doesn't fully go down, so it's not going to cut all the way through the wood. And the last pass is thinner because 13.5 doesn't easily divide into 2.5. There's 1 millimeter left of cut, and so this last pass is 1 millimeter, but everything else is 2.5 millimeters. So we have all the holes, then we have all the shapes. So this looks good. I'm going to save this now, this document, or this workspace, and then I'm going to save the G code as ramp pieces, and then the size is what, 20 by 20, I'll say, by 0.5, and then I always put the tool size, and this is 3.175, or no, I guess I can do 0.125 inch dot NC. All right, that was the first one. The second one, largely the same idea, but it's going to be half, 3/4 inch. So I'm going to rename these holes as dash 0.5 so I can remember the stuff. And now I'm going to disable both of these. By disabling these, it's not going to generate the G code when I go to do it, so I can have a bunch of different tool paths and a bunch of different tool sizes and depths and material sizes in here that all relate to the same block. And same shapes. So now grab this, this, and this, which I said I needed a second set of. I'm going to create a single. It's going to be mill cut outside again. And while I'm at it, I'm going to grab all the pertinent tabs, the tabs that relate to this. I'm not going to grab these tabs, I don't need them, but I am going to grab tabs for this piece. And I'm going to throw them in here. The tab depth in this case, so if the stock depth is 19.05, I'm going to call it 19.5. Laser cut, mill cut outside. The NZ is going to be negative 19.5 millimeters, and the pass depth again is going to be 2.5 millimeters. Let's get all these other things in. 10, 1, 2, 3, rapid Z 4. Tool diameter 3.175, plunge rate 400, 1500, plunge rate is going to be 400, and then the tab depth is going to be again 4 millimeters off, so 19.5 minus 4 is, so 15.5 is going to be the maximum tab depth. 15.5. And this is going to be called shapes, come on, shapes 0.75 inch. Okay, and now let's generate this, see if this worked. And worked. It did. So again, here's the tab depth right here on each of these pieces. It only did these 2 pieces and this piece because those are the ones I selected. And it is deeper than the 1/2 inch because it's 3/4 inch. So this looks good. This looks like it'll work okay. So I'll save this. Same name, but this time it's going to be 0.75. So in my file names, I always put the size of the stock that I'm going to be using, like the width and height, and thickness of the stock, as well as the tool size. So I just at a glance, if I want to remake these things for whatever reason, I can just look at the file name and I can be like, oh, I need this stuff. So that's saved. So now if we look over in my files, I have the 1/2 inch G code and I have the 3/4 inch G code. I'll bring those downstairs to the machine and we'll get these things cut out. Okay, so I have 1/2 inch material on the router. This is MDF, 1/2 inch MDF, and I've loaded up the G code for the 1/2 inch cut for the ramps, or for the ramp bucks, and I'm going to give this a go. And hopefully there aren't any problems. It's probably going to take about an hour to cut, I think, give or take, maybe a little less. It's all through hole, so it shouldn't be anything fancy, and all the tabs should be okay. So we'll give this a shot. Okay, so this is the first set of cuts. This took, according to Mach 3, 29 minutes and 24 seconds. I have the camera hooked up. I'm not going to pull it off at the moment to show you, but it's 29 minutes and 24 seconds. So right off the bat, I can see a potential problem. So this screwdriver is about the same size as the ball, right? So here's a ball. Here's a ball. Screwdriver, yeah, about the same size, right? Coming up this ramp, is possible the ball might hit this corner and ricochet back down. I don't think it will. I think it will hit this and then reflect this way, which will bring it around. As in, if it's coming up this corner here, it will hit this and potentially reflect this way, but it could, if it's hit really hard, bounce back down. So what I might need to make a new buck for this after I do the first pull and do some tests, where this thing becomes a little smaller. For example, this section up here might need to be as wide as this. This is 1.5 inches, which is just about the right size of the ball to fit through, right? So I may need to adjust this curve. I'm not sure how well you're going to see this, to have more of an angle like this, right? Can you see that on the camera? A little bit. Let's see if I can find something a little darker. This might be darker if this works. So what I mean is, if this angle comes down, it still has the same mouth, right? But now this is coming to a thinner angle, so that's forcing this ball into this curve, which in turn goes into this curve. I may need to do that. I don't know. I won't know until I actually pull this ramp and test it on the table. But this is a possibility. Anyways, I'm gonna cut this stuff out. I'm gonna use a hammer and a little chisel, and I'm gonna cut it out. Then I'm gonna replace this piece of wood with the 3/4 inch wood, and I'm gonna cut these 3 pieces over here using that other tool path. So let's see. I need a hammer. I need a chisel. So hammer, chisel. I also need to unscrew this so I can take it out and flip it. All the tabs are on the other side. And actually, see all this noise here? Before I sand it, before I cut it, I'm going to do a quick sand just to get away some of that noise. And just clean it up a little bit while it's all sturdy. Alright, remember how I said my router wasn't the most accurate thing in the world? Well, here you go. Right on this section here, in this kind of center area, it didn't cut all the way through. It cut most of the way through. Like I can take a chisel and easily scrape through. But it didn't cut all the way through because of that inaccuracy. So it's unfortunate, but it is. Every time I go to cut like a really nice playfield, I do need to recondition this piece, and this spoil board is now on its last legs, and I need to get a new one. But it is a thing I need to worry about. Okay, so like I said, remember how I made those tabs? That's what those things are that's holding this piece together. And it came out pretty nice and sharp. So this is for the subway. This piece over here is also for the subway. And I'll sand off all these tab pieces here. But this piece goes on top like yay. Lines up kind of like that ish. It needs to be a little more flat up there. Yeah, it lines up kind of like that, because this piece right here needs to be about flush, and this along here needs to be flush. So this is the subway. This is mirrored, so when it goes on the table, it's going to look like this, where the ball trail is underneath. But I need to pull it opposite. Now these little triangle pieces, if you remember, I said were going to be the sides, and I'll show you in a moment what I mean. These things out. I'm going to definitely need to sand off these tabs pretty good, because that's going to be really important to keep these things flush. Let's cut this thing out and those other pieces as well. That's the base plate for the main ramp that I'm going to be making. This is the primary shape for the ramp. And again, I need to make it mirrored, because when I pull the ramp upside down like this, it's then going to be right side up this way. This corner piece is for the end cap of the exit of the ramp. Right up over here is going to sit right here. I guess I made this a little too big or a little too tall. No, I didn't. And I'll explain in a sec. Let me just cut this last piece out. All right. This is going to be part of the diagonal lift section. I'm going to have that other 3/4 inch piece on top of this, and then I'm going to sand it to a diagonal, and it lives on top like this. So these pieces, like I mentioned, they are the walls of the diagonal. So they're going to live here and here respectively, and they're going to get glued on, and they will give me that nice little ramp lift on the edges that I can screw into posts. Whereas the main ramp section will continue, you know, the main ramp section goes diagonal up like this. And these are on the sides there. That's upside down. That's better. Middle. So now with the 3/4 inch piece, I'll have this ramp fully raised. On top of that, so this piece here, so here's mimicking the 3/4 piece on top, right? This has a little bit of a lip still. This is where the one of the wire ramps are going to go in. I'm going to drill 2 holes here and here on the plastic, and that's where the wire ramp comes in. Okay, so these pieces seem to come out okay. Now to swap the material, move these guys out of the way to a safe spot, swap the material, and do the final 3 cuts. I don't want to use this piece. I want to use this piece. Alright, this piece already had some ramp bucks and other miscellaneous things pulled out of it. This is actually for the main ramp that I pulled, which is this guy, the main Haunted Cruise ramp that comes up on the left side. That's what these pieces are. And now it's also going to be used for the side ramp. And let's make sure there's enough space where I want to cut And there's plenty of space right there. Oh yeah, there's plenty of space. Okay. So let's get this mounted. It's not gonna go long enough. I'm going to put 2 screws in this. I shouldn't need more than that for this cut. It's not as complicated of a cut as the other one. Okay. Yes, that's not going to go anywhere for this. Now I gotta zero this thing out, which is basically sitting in the home position. Be way over in this corner. Okay, that's gonna be my 0. Z. And that's gonna be my 0, XY. So I made this 0 a little lower than the other 0 because, as you saw, the other 0 didn't go all the way through, and this is slightly thicker material. So I'm a little more paranoid. Make sure the safe area is still safe. Oh yeah, the safe area is fine. Okay. And I want the 3/4 inch. And then we'll all get cutting. Alright, so here's the cut for the 1/2 inch. It seemed to turn out okay. When I flip it around and trim it all out, I'll know for sure. This one took 18 minutes and 23 seconds. So yeah, I'll trim this stuff out, I'll clean it up, and get it ready for assembly off the video. And then once I'm ready to assemble it, I'll start another video to record that. Alright, now that all these pieces are cut out, I'm going to glue and staple them together, sand them down, and make ramp bucks. The first piece I'm going to work on is the subway because it's the simplest. To make this stuff, I have my cut pieces, I have wood glue, and I have a stapler, or an air gun, air nailer, air stapler. Currently loaded in this thing is 1-inch staples. And that should be enough to do what I need for a lot of this. There will be times I might need to put the 1.25 inch in if I really want to get through some of this. Oh, the other things I need a couple clamps, and those are up here. This one and this one will do. Okay. Look at my clamps. So I'm going to take this part of the subway. So the subway goes together kind of like this. Okay? And when it's pulled, and taken off, it goes up. It ends up attaching the table upside down like this. So the ball goes in and rolls out. So I need to install it inverted instead of the way that it's actually going to go, because this will be wrong. It needs to go on this way. Now, all of these pieces still have the little tabs on them. I haven't sanded any of that off yet, because first I want to attach the two main trail pieces before smoothing all these pieces, or all these sides to be flush with each other. Then, after I attach it to the primary piece, I'll smooth the end here. And yeah, that's probably all I need to smooth out. There's a couple tabs on this piece, which I might sand ahead of time, but it's not really needed. Anyways, so because I have the 1-inch screw, or 1-inch staple, it needs to go through the 1/2 inch into the 3/4 inch. So this way. If I went this way, if I went 3/4 inch to 1/2 inch, then it's a possibility the staple might not go really deep enough into the 1/2 inch. So it's better to have most of the staple in the 1/2 inch and a little bit of the staple in the 3/4 inch. So step one, when I put this together, I want the 3/4 inch to be on top, ultimately like this. Is it this way? Yes, I believe it's this way. Because when that goes underneath, that's the top. Yeah, so I want the 3/4 inch on top like this. So, actually I want the 3/4 inch on the bottom, because if I put 3/4 inch on the bottom, then the section where the ball rides on is going to be the 3/4 inch, and the 1/2 inch is just kind of like offset from the top, so this should be okay. Now I need wood glue, because I got to glue it together. I'm going to clamp it together. Once I put the glue on, this is going to slide all over the place, and I want to make sure these edges are as close to each other as possible, which I can then sand the rest off later on. I'll put a little bit of glue there, put that in, and get my clamp. Okay, let's see. And actually, I need paper towel to wipe this stuff up, because glue is sticky and runny. Alright, so the trick is getting this as close to how I want it as possible. Push that in a little bit more. Yeah, probably like that. And clamp this down too. Make this as close to where I want it as I possibly can get. That might be the best I can do with this. Yuck. Get more of that glue off. A brand new bottle of glue, so it flowed out a little bit more than I was planning. That's okay. All right, so here's the piece ready to be nailed. Yep. And I'm gonna use a couple of these pieces to help keep it up. Not really. No. Oh, here's a smaller piece. Take you and you. Yeah, that's not bad. My compressor is already charged, so it should be all good. Put that in here. And now put a staple in. and this isn't going to go anywhere anymore. Good. And then glitter a whole bunch more staples around. This I want like that. So there we go. Here's the first part of the buck made. And that glue is going everywhere. Excuse me. So, like I said, next I want to even all this off. How well can you see some of this? These corners aren't really flush perfectly. They're flush kind of on this side, which is good. This is hard to sand, but on this side it's not. So I want to sand that all down. I want to sand all these sections down as well to even it off. So that I need to go over to my belt sander. All right, this should be good enough. Okay, this piece is all good, or it's close enough. There is a little bit of a divot here. I can always fix that with wood putty or wood glue if I wanted to, right along the seam here. But that's really not going to be that big of a deal. The ball is going to ride along this lower section since this is 3/4 inch, and it's going to ride like 5/8 up. So this part really doesn't make much of a difference. If anything, this could be an area where I start cutting a hole for the switch, because there does need to be a switch in here. Now I get to attach it to this, and got to make sure it's the right way. So when it's mounted underneath the table, this section rides along the edge where the drop target is, which is up here, and the other targets, and this goes along the back, which means this needs to go like this underneath, I believe. Yeah. Now this is the second part that needs to be a little bit more accurate than previous, because this does need to kiss just right, like all these little edges. It needs to be right in the front here, which is actually pretty good. It needs to be right along this wall here, and pretty close to the back. Yeah, that's about as good as that's gonna get, as that back is actually in a little bit more than it's supposed to be. And this one is a little more difficult to do, because when I attach it, like I said, I have to attach it, well, I need to attach it this way, because that's the way that the ball kind of goes. So when I form it, it's inside out. So I'm kind of attaching blind a little bit on the top. that's okay. I'll put a little bit of glue, not as much, because that last time I put too much. Get this on here, roughly in the spot that I want it to be. Then I can kind of shimmy this around a little bit. This will be a little bit easier. This particular one is a little easier because it's not overly huge. But the other ramp is going to be more difficult. And that's exactly where I want it. So I'll get my stapler. Come on. I'll hold this in place. Okay. Now that I got one in, I'll make sure that it's somewhat even where I want it to be, and it is. This is flush here. This is flush enough here. So that's good. So I'll put another staple right over here. And that's going to hold that in pretty good. There. And I have a buck. That's really all it is. There's nothing all too fancy about making these things. The most difficult part is figuring out how you want to slice your model, and how to like smooth it out, for at least for subways. For ramps, you'll see in a second with this piece, it's a little bit more complicated. So yeah, all that's left is really sanding off some of these tabs that don't really make much of a difference, and I'll do that off video. That doesn't really make much of a difference. But yeah, plastic sucks down this way, take it off, ramp becomes like this. All right, so that's one down, one more to go. All right, for this guy, so this is the base that, again, on the upper table, you shoot up this way and around, so it's really gonna end up being like this. So I need to put it together like this, mirrored. But this guy is special in that not only do I need to line things up somewhat particularly along the edges, but I also have a ramp section over here and an edge piece over here and ramp sides over here. So it's a little bit more complicated. This one's going to be somewhat difficult to get into. I think I can get the stapler in there fine. So to start this one off, I'm going to attach this piece together, just like I did with the main ramp. Then I'm going to attach, or with the subway, then I'm going to attach these two pieces together. Now, once these pieces are together, I'm going to start sanding like crazy. And I want to sand it, I want to attach it like this. Because this is actually going to be really important to attach like this. This whole section needs to be sanded in a slant from the top down to the bottom. And that's going to take a little while to do. So I'm not necessarily going to show you that whole process. That might take 15-20 minutes, and that's just me sanding. But you'll see the result after I staple this and sand it. And then once that's taken care of, then I attach it. If I attach it first and then sand it, this part of the ramp is going to get in the way when I try to sand it. It is just easier to hold this at an angle and let it just sand down and down and down and down. All right, so yeah, let's attach these guys. And now these tabs right here, motorcycle. These tabs right here do need to be trimmed down because they're in the way. Okay, let's get these attached. I'm gonna grab a third clamp because then I'll be able to keep this from shifting around a lot, and it'll be a third foot so it can be a little bit more stable. So just like last time, I put glue on this thing. and sandwich it and staple it, or yeah, staple it. Taking care to keep everything lined up right before I actually put a staple in. Needs to line up a little better over here. Okay, this side is lined up fairly okay. Everything along here is lined up fairly okay. Again, it's got that strip in the middle. There's definitely a problem with my router cut this time. So usually I don't have these strips. Oh, this is not good at all. This needs to go much more in like this. Come on. Yeah, wow, that's a... That's a big line, but I can sand that all down, so that's okay. So that's on the outside. That's lined up pretty well. That's lined up pretty well. All right, that's about as good as I'm going to get it. Now I will add some staples. Put this on this side because I wanted to go through the 1/2 inch. That should hold it together. Good enough. Come on. All right, now I'll add a couple more just for funsies. Okay, what I just did, I sanded all along here, so this is a lot better than it was. It's not perfect, but it's still a lot better than it was. Now, I gotta staple this thing, this piece, form it, and attach it. So I definitely want it big piece, or yeah, big piece, little piece like this. So I gotta be very careful to attach it like that. And because I'm sanding this so much, it doesn't have to be perfect. The sides are what really, really need to be perfect. Put that on like that. I want the front to be good. I want the sides to be as good as I can kind of reasonably get them. Come on, get a little tighter on there. Like that. Okay. That's pretty good, all things considered, so I'm going to staple it on this side. I'm adding more staples than I did previously because I'm going to be sanding so much of this that the grab that the staples have is going to be almost non-existent by the time I'm done. So the more staples I kind of put into the bigger, thicker section, the better. Alright, so now I'm going to be sanding it, as I mentioned, so there's an angle from up here all the way down to here, and this will be the solid section. This stuff will be gone. I'm going to do this off camera just to save some time. Okay, so I just finished sanding. Like I said, it took me about 15-20 minutes. And this is the shape that I have now for the ramp. It's the ramp entrance. This ramp entrance goes right here. You can see the shape of the ramp with it attached. So I'm going to go ahead and glue that on. Then once that's glued on, then I'll shave off all of these sides to smooth everything off the best I possibly can. It's not going to be perfect, but it'll be the best I can. A little bit of glue on here. And actually with this ramp, I want to use the 1 1/4 inch staples instead of the 1 inch. That way it goes all the way through, because I have a lot of material that I can play with. You grab those. One 1/4 inch. Don't need much, but I would like more in there than, or I would like it to go deeper than previous. Okay. So now, put a little bit of glue, like always. Spread that all around, and staple. I don't know why it's not going all the way in, but whatever. Alright, so now that's attached. And I'll sand those top staples down on the sander. I'm also going to smooth off this section as best I can. I can't really smooth off this inside section very well. I can use a hand sander for that. So yeah, I'm going to go do that now. I'll be back. Alright, sanding's done. Took another 20 minutes or so. I sanded the front flush. I sanded the side as flush as I can get it. It's not perfect up here, and that's the down inside section, but it's going to be okay. I think it's not going to be that big of a deal. The ball is mostly going to go on this side, not so much this side. What took the longest time was getting this whole section as flush as I could get it. I used various chisels, round chisels, flat chisels, sandpaper, all kinds of things just to get that flat. I then re-sanded around the edges, and I chiseled and sanded on the inside just to make sure everything was flat. Alright, finally, you need to install it on this ramp, or this headpiece, like this. So again, when I do the pull and I put it on the table, it'll be the correct direction, like this. And this lineup is somewhat important as well. So this lineup is dependent on spacings for these things and this thing. So what this thing is, this goes on the edge here, like this. And this provides a spot for me to stick the 2 wire ramp pieces through. I'll drill 2 holes right here and here in the plastic, and I'll stick the 2 wire ramp pieces in there. So that's what this is for. And these pieces are the upslant for the walls for this. So it's a nice cohesive ramp. So this kind of has to go a bit like here. And when these pieces are in the correct spot, everything kind of lines up. Yeah, so that's going to go like that. Now, the real hard part about this is I need to clamp this correctly this way, flip it upside down, and staple from the bottom up. And that's a pain in the butt. Yeah, so that's more or less where that needs to go. Yeah, I hate doing this part. Let's get some glue on here, like always. Get the ramp roughly in place. And then I need to line these things up again to make sure that it's actually in place. Like this. Yeah. So now, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be a load of fun. So I think I'm just gonna add the 3 clamps on and see if it's close enough, and then adjust with those pieces from there. Because I know it's gonna shift a little bit, because it always does. Okay, now it's somewhat stable. Now let's get these pieces back on and make sure that it's in the right spot. And surprise, surprise, it's not. Alright, well, loosen you 2 up. Push you. Come on, loosen. Push you. Loosen you, I guess, as well. I'm gonna push you this. Come on. Don't grab onto it. This needs to go here. Yeah. And this goes here. Or a little bit more like that. Yeah. Look forward. Gotta loosen you again. This is tedious, to say the least. Alright. No, you're sliding. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Don't slide like that. This goes here. No, you need to attach and not slide. Okay. Now this goes here. Come on, go flat a little bit like that. Okay, now I think, no, it's still not perfect. Come on. Slide this way a little bit. Thank you. Pain in the butt. There we go. There's that. This piece is right, so I'll clamp this down. Clamp this down. Clamp this down. All right. This is about as close to where it needs to be as I'm going to get it. And again, I'm going to put a couple staples in just to hold it in place. Those staples are just not going in. Now, I can take this off. This should stay in basically the correct spot at this point. Let's see. These go on like this. This goes like this. Yeah, all right, that's in the correct spot. Okay. So now I can add these other staples back in. I think I'm okay with this, with it popping up like this. I'll explain why in a minute. close enough, thank you. Because, so when I go do a pull, I need to put little washers and things underneath this anyways. And this is kind of like built-in offset washers, so this might be fine. I'll think about it. I might just sand them off, but they might be okay. All right, let's get rid of all this excess glue that's all over the place again. It's always the glue. Okay. Good. So there's that. Now these pieces are, you just kind of put a little bit of glue and staple them right on. There's nothing fancy with that. And with this, I'm going to change to the smaller staples because they seem to be working a little better, just in general. And those were the ½ inch. No, those are the 1 inch. Yeah, these guys. Okay. So I need a little bit of glue here. And on the bottom too, why not? And then staple. There we go. 1, 2. Now that's good and in. Do it on this side. Do it on the bottom. And a little bit on the side. Then staple. It's a little more difficult because of the angle, but I should be able to get it without a problem. 1 and 2. Yep, I got it. Of those 2 lift pieces. Finally, this front piece. A little bit of glue on the front and the bottom. Line that up on the side. And staple. There. It's not going to go anywhere. There you go. A little bit more cleanup. I'm going to sand this flush again because these pieces aren't perfect. And I'm going to sand this down so this is more flush with this, so it's all like one continuous piece. And then I'll decide whether I want to sand these things down. But here's the other ramp buck. When it's pulled, ball goes up and around and out. But when I go to pull it, when I put it on the machine, it goes upside down like this. So ramp buck 1. Ramp buck 2. There you go. All right, now comes the fun part. I'm gonna actually vacuum form these things. So before I do that, I need to raise these things up a little bit off the ground. My mesh isn't perfectly fine. It's got some solid pieces, as you can kind of see on this video. So to make sure that I don't accidentally block some of these vent holes that I've added in, I need to raise it up, you know, just about a washer's in size. So I'm going to tape a couple washers on the bottom of these just to lift it, just so there's always constant airflow through the thing. And just some blue painter's tape and a few washers do the trick. Some people use pennies, some people use quarters. Just so long as it's lifted up ever so slightly to ensure airflow is consistent on all air holes, all vent holes, so on. So there. That's pretty stable. And this one is the more important one. I've since added a whole lot of holes around the edges I did this off camera. And this allows the air to get into all these tight little spots that normally it might not be able to. If plastic clamps down on the corner here and the corner here, then there's no place for the air here to go. Adding little vent holes allows the air to get into all these little cracks and crevices and detail areas. And because it goes through, I can see them on the bottom, and I can make sure to put washers on the bottom, but that don't cover where the holes are. I'm going to put a bunch of washers on here. This is a rather large ramp. And that will ensure that it's nice and stable once I flip it upside down and I do the pull. It's probably good enough. Okay. Okay, next step is to line these up in such a way that I'll get the best pull I can. And I'm still kind of getting used to this myself with my machine. So I think, so the metal sag, or the middle sags the most. And because that sags the most, I want my lowest points there. And since the edges sag the least, I want higher points on the edges. I used to do it the other way around, but it seemed like it didn't work very well, so I'm gonna try it this way. Oops, that came out. I don't want you to come off. Stay there. All right. So, like I said, the higher section is going to be more out of the middle. The lower section is going to be more in the middle. So that can go here. That can go there. There's a lot of dead space around. I could potentially do another pull here and another pull here. I don't really have anything else to pull right now, so I'm not going to do it. So that's where these things are going to live. Next, I add the plastic and heat it up. So my machine takes a 26 by 32 inch piece of plastic. I have a 0.8 inch PET G that I'm using. It seems to be pretty easy. It's Haunted Cruise had that on its ramps for, and Frozen has had it on its ramps for like 4 months, and there are zero issues with it. Technically, I should be using 3/16 inch instead of 0.08 inch, which is a little over a 1/16 of an inch. But plastic's expensive, so I'm going to use the minimal viable plastic I can get my hands on. Each one of these sheets is close to 30 bucks. And as you saw, there's a lot of waste, especially if I only do one ramp at a time. It's cheaper buying it than buying it from some other place. It adds up. And when you potentially need to do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or more pulls of a single ramp, making little adjustments here and there. With Haunted Cruise, I think I needed to do 7 or 8 different pulls. That's a lot of plastic to waste. All right, this is now clamped in, and I'm ready to do a pull. Okay, while this heats up, one thing I didn't mention, I also have a hand heater here. This is a great machine, but it's not perfect. And if I don't heat the plastic just right, certain areas still won't pull right, even though I have the little air vent holes. What I'll do, hopefully I won't need to, but what I might need to do is leave the vacuum on this and then use the handgun to just heat up problem areas to let it kind of suck in manually. it just adds more definition to certain parts of ramps. But for right now, I just need to wait for things to heat up and start sagging. I don't know how well you'll be able to see the sag with this camera. Maybe if I lower it a little bit more, you'll be able to see it. Let's try. Yeah, you might be able to see it a little better here. Yeah, we'll try that. When I do turn the vacuum on, it is going to get quite loud. I'll try and bring the volume down a little bit. But yeah, so now it's just kind of the waiting game until the plastic sags enough and really begins to show that it's sagging. It'll wiggle a little bit, it'll kind of stretch thin sometimes. It all depends on the material and the amount of water in the material, because some of these materials are porous even though they don't seem like it, and I believe this material is porous. This is brand new material. It just arrived today, so it shouldn't have a lot of water in it, but you never know. I'll find out when I do the pull if it gets all bubbly or if other weirdnesses happen with it. But yeah, it's slowly beginning to wiggle around. It's slowly beginning to deform. You're not going to be able to see it too well until it really starts dipping below the surface and sagging a lot, at which point I'm going to have to jump up and take control of things, pull the plastic down, do the pull, and maybe fiddle around with it a little bit with the hand heat gun. But yeah, it's really beginning to deform now. Probably another 30 seconds to a minute, maybe less. I should be able to do a pull. So I'm going to kind of get in position now. Alright, now I think it's beginning to start its actual sag rather than just deform. Yeah, that's getting quite a bit wiggly. So I'm going to turn the heater off. I'm going to pull this down and I'm going to... Okay, well, that didn't work out great on this ramp. I'm gonna have to probably redo this one. This one is probably good enough for me to use, and because it's a subway, it's not gonna be that big of a deal if it's not perfect. Yeah, this one I'm gonna have to redo. I'm gonna put this in the middle next time. I'm gonna let it sag way too much, but that's all part of the experimentation. Yeah, on this side, this just did not form right. In the middle section here, this section didn't go in at all, so that's no good. But it is good enough for me to test some of this curve and check to see how things are going to go. So I'm going to trim this one out just so I can remove this. I'm not going to do this on camera. I'll save this one to trim out later on camera. All right, the second pull went a lot better. Everything's nice and tight. This crevice in here is nice and tight. I don't know how well you can see that. It's all nice and tight and around here. So this pull went really well. As a comparison, here's the first ramp. See how this section just didn't pull quite right? This is all soft. And it's supposed to come all the way around here. This one is good. This one not so good. All right, so that, as I was saying about material, it took 2 pulls to get 2 different ramps. And even the subway isn't great, but it's good enough because all it is a subway. Technically, I should have done that a second time as well, just for funsies, but decided not to. So yeah, each ramp costs me, I guess, about 30 bucks, plus whatever else I'm going to put on it. So again, it's cheaper than buying ramps, but it still costs and it still adds up, especially considering, as I mentioned previously, the curve up here, I might need to do another buck, which means I'll need to do another pull, which would be then a 3rd sheet of plastic, which adds more to the cost of this ramp. But once I get it, I'll have it. And once I get used to how to form this particular ramp, then I can repeatably make more of these if something gets damaged or if I need to make more than one for whatever reason. All right, so now I'm just going to be trimming all this extra off. And I don't have a bandsaw. I might be picking a bandsaw up tomorrow, but that's tomorrow. Today is today. So for the time being, I got to kind of manhandle this thing to cut everything and break everything and yada yada. But the first step really is to demold this, get this buck out of this plastic. And I still need to trim a bunch of things away. I didn't add any curvatures or anything to really make this easy to cut out, which is what real ramps would, or real bucks would tend to have, or production bucks, I should say. This is a real buck, technically. Production bucks would have a lot more gradients and things, so it can just kind of pop out pretty easily. And production ramps are also made on much better vacuum formers than what I have. But it was local and the price was right, so I'm not complaining. So there's a ton of scrap, like all this scrap just for one ramp. And I throw it in the recycling bin. I don't trash it. I'm pretty sure this can be recycled. I just need to get all this excess off, and I can demold it and cut out all the little details. So this will take a moment. All the while trying not to cut up my hand too badly, because this stuff is sharp. Now, if this was plexiglass, like actual acrylic plexiglass, I wouldn't be able to use this. I would have to absolutely use a bandsaw or similar. But because this is not, I can very easily just trim it, which is nice. It makes life a lot easier. And some of the scrap I'm going to use as ramp guides. Like on this lift section, I'll take a piece of this flat part and I'll use it for to prevent the ball from jumping up and off. Which actually, when I went to do the pull, I meant to put a piece of paper or cardboard there to have a nice clear flat part, but I didn't, so it'll have a little bit of a texture, but I guess that's okay. If I really wanted to, I could go grab a spare piece of Playfield plastic that I have. I can cut out a piece that would be crystal clear, and maybe I'll do that once I have the right size and shape for the protector. But initially, I'll just use some of this scrap so it doesn't all go to waste. I mean, look how big this piece is. This is all just waste. All right, now I got to get the ramp out. What I tend to do, I snip up to here on the vertical sections, and then I grab a pair of pliers of some type and I rip up. What I want to do is get air in here so I can then kind of manhandle it off. Again, if I had proper gradients on the really tall sections, like nice hills and things, I wouldn't have this problem, but I don't, so I do. And that's fine. It saves time when creating these bucks, because again, it's just for prototyping and whitewood. It's not production. Oh. That side came off pretty good. This side, not so much. So, take the flathead, and wiggle it up in there to help pry. Because this ramp forms so well over the buck, it's going to be a little difficult to peel some of this off. But I'll get it anyways. Not in between there. Ow. Now you can see it's beginning to lift up a little bit, which is good. Now that I'm getting air onto this side, I can also start working on this side. I want to try to lift this side up a little bit more though. There it goes. There. So this side popping up nice. And I just got to work on this side a little bit. Which actually isn't going to be too bad because it ripped really nicely up to the top. And it's actually working pretty nice. Come on. There we go. Didn't really damage it much. I mean, it lifted a little bit here. I can always put some glue there, but I can absolutely use this ramp for a second time. So here we go. Here's the pulled out buck. Ball goes up and around. It's all nice and sharp here. This is pretty hard. This is pretty hard. This is pretty hard. This is pretty hard. All where I'm going to be putting the mounts. Bottom is, of course, pretty hard. So Yeah. Whew. Not done yet though. I gotta trim all this extra stuff off. And so I start working around the outside, and then I'll kind of peel a little bit of the inside in. Like I can go straight up this way and kind of up this way a little bit, then I can peel a little bit and I can then get this in and trim. Also, this section here, this is all going to be removed. I don't need to save that. I just need the stuff down here. So I can keep that in mind when kind of trying to get my cutters in and around. This. Tricky part is I need to make sure I don't cut into this section here. This is all supposed to be there. And these cutters like to curve if they're not cutting perfectly straight, which makes it extremely difficult sometimes. All right, now I got this bend here. This is always a pain in the butt to kind of trim off. I can't just cut through this. Again, if I had a bandsaw with me, I could just cut right across, but I can't. So I need to trim the top and the sides, and then it kind of rips off a little bit. Like so. And I can kind of twist and pull. There we go. And this whole section is going to be trimmed down anyways. This is the exit section. It's all going to be trimmed down. All right. Something else. Because I didn't add a curve to this and it's nice and sharp, I can actually bend right at the edges here, which you'll see in a second. I'm going to cut straight up on a couple of these key locations and just fold up and it'll come right off, which is kind of a nice little added benefit. So if I cut right straight up there, I cut straight up to there, take this, bend it right up, and it just comes right off to a nice sharp edge, which is really handy for the mouth of the ramp. I can just bend right up, comes to a nice sharp edge. You can't do that if it's curved, but you can if it's sharp. So one technique that I'm thinking about trying is having a curve down here so it's easy to pull it off, but keeping this part sharp so I can still bend it back and get a nice edge. Get rid of some of that. Let's get rid of some of this. Same idea here. Cut straight through these slants and then bend up. I can do that over here as well. I'm going to focus on this side right now. Right up to the corner. Right up to the corner. Bend right up. Comes right off. Bend right up. Comes right off. So now, nice crisp edge to this ramp entryway. Then once I sand it, some of these little sharp bits will be gone, and this also has a ramp flap that goes to it, so it'll clean it right up. And I think maybe, let's try something. Can I do that with this too? Maybe not. This might not have been sharp enough edge. No, I can't do that there. It was worth a shot. There you go, there's one side. Now it is thinning a little bit right there, so I don't want to. Yeah, I got a little thin right there. So I need to be careful with this corner when I cut it out. Okay, now I'm going to do that same bend and cut down here. So I want straight down here, straight down here. So now this piece can come out. And I want straight across here. So that means I can take this, kind of trim this. You should do it. Yeah, there we go. Nice sharp edge there. And trim out some of this extra, like that. So this section's a little mucky, but I can clean this up with a sander. And this right here, this little lip, this is where the wire form is going to go in, because I have a wire form that comes out of here, a habit trail. So I'm going to drill 2 holes here. It'll go right in there. This lip will help support the wireframe, and this little side will help guide the ball onto the wireframe. Wireform, I mean, not wireframe. Ow. Yeah, I think I need to sand the rest of that. Yeah, so this ramp is almost fully cut out. I can do a few detail cuts like this. Get that out. This I can sand a little bit. There's some edging here I can cut. And along here, I can now cut this a bit closer to the edge. Does this fold? No, this doesn't fold either. Unless... yeah, this will fold. Yeah, that'll fold nice. It's a little bigger than I need. There you go. That's a nice sharp edge right on the edge where it's supposed to be. I can just sand that a little bit because this is where I cut, and it's not perfect where I cut, and I'm not going to be able to. I think that's going to be too small to really fold. Yeah, it's going to be too small to fold, so I can just sand along there. But that also means I can probably fold along here. Yeah, I can. There, hey, not too bad, huh? There's that upper ramp. And my ball, where's my ball go? Here it is. So this is supposed to be 1 1/4 inch high off the ground. I think I have something that I can mimic that. So there's 1. Well, there's 1 1/2. 1 1/2 is good enough for a test. Okay. And no, that's still a little too high. I need a 1/2 inch piece. Here's a 1/2 inch piece. There you go. 1 1/4 inches. The ball goes up. Comes around pretty nicely. Obviously the ball will do okay there. If it goes up the middle, it'll work. And the edge. Whoops. Well, I mean, it's not slanted quite right. Slant you more like this, more like that. I think this ramp is going to work really well. New upper table ramp. Okay, subway is the same thing as this upper ramp. I'm not going to record this whole process. You get the idea. I'm going to trim it all out, cut it all out, and do the best I can. A couple of these holes on this side aren't great. You can see right there and right there. And right around here it's not great. But because of what it is, it should be perfectly fine for holding the ball and just keeping this attached right at the top of the playfield. Ramp. So what's next with this? I need to make artwork for this. I want art to go on the bottom of it. I want art to go on this outside. And I want art to come on this outside as well. So I will do that in PaintShop Pro, and I'll record that as well. So that'll be the next step with this ramp. Okay, so I'm going to be making the art for this ramp now, this new ramp. I've already broken up this ramp into the chunks that I kind of want to make. I have the lift section. Here's the lift section. This is the straightaway that's going to go along the back and the curve in these two spots. And then I have the top, or the bottom of the ramp. I'm going to make a decal that goes underneath. And then this is the lift section. Now this is separated from this because I needed to have a different projection for this. If I just did a bottom or a top projection, then this ramp section would have been too short because it does bend down and it needs to be a little longer. So that's why that's separate. So what I did with the previous ramp, I have a stair section, which I kind of want to mimic over here. And I also have maybe I just have the stairs. Yeah, all right, I just have the stair section on this ramp. So I kind of want to mimic this type of thing on here, and continue the carpet going this way. Then along this section, I want to have railings. So let's take a look at what I did here. So I got kind of a reddish thing and then a yellow border. So this ramp, this is not really the direction this ramp goes. If I rotate this whole image 90 degrees, oops, the ramp goes kind of like this, actually. So I'm going to draw it like this because that'll make a little more sense to me. And then I'll rotate it back when I go to make the banisters on here. So it's actually possible that I might be able to take what I've already done and just copy the vector section over and just kind of adjust some things. So this is the vector that I have for the main ramp. Yeah, so if I copy this and paste that over here, come on, copy, paste, edit, paste as new layer. Thank you. So now I can mirror this and rotate it around, and this will keep things kind of consistent. These are two different groups. Can I select all three groups? Yeah, I can select all three groups. And rotate this kind of like here. Yeah, I think this will actually work okay if I just take this and scale it up. Well, that's convenient. That's convenient. And I need to scale it up because this is a higher resolution than this. I think this is 150 dpi. Let's see, this is, yeah, 150 dpi, and this one is 300 dpi. So it's going to be a little larger. This is going to be a little higher resolution. I guess it doesn't really matter ultimately. So that's going to be like this. And I have the ramp flap down here, so in reality it's going to come up like here. And I do want to kind of shrink this a little bit. Let's see if I can move this around a little bit, because I want you to go down, but I still want you to be wide. Let's see, widen you. It's going to take a little bit of fiddling to get right, because the other ramp was so stout. Actually, you know what? If I rotate this so it's more vertical like this, now I can widen this more easily. Nope. Yeah, now I can widen this more easily. That's better. And then when I bring this back, this will fit into the spot that I want to a little bit better. Yeah, there we go. And then I'll make some adjustments from here. Okay, so this ramp originally was curving a little bit. If we look at the first version, oops. This has a little bit of a curve. This ramp doesn't really have a curve, so I really should adjust a few things in this so it's a little better. I'll hide that for now. Whoops, I don't want to hide that. I want to select this. Come on, select it. Unhide. Oh no. Thank you. Unhide. And we'll be editing these points on this path. So this is going to bend this way more. This is going to bend up this way more. This is not going to curve really. This is going to be more straight. Same with down here. This is going to be more straight. What do you... No, don't add. I want to... Don't add the point. Come on. Selecting this teeny tiny arrowhead. A little pain in the butt. Okay. So that's that. Don't add the point. Why is it always adding the point? Connect segments. Yeah, I'll add. Select. Here we go. And make this a little more straight. All right, good. So this is now my mask area, and I'll adjust the other one accordingly in a moment. Get the mask in the right spot. Yeah, that's probably good enough. All right, now this has, oh boy, this has a lot of little segments to it. Luckily, most of this seems to be fairly straightforward, so that can kind of go up that way. And then, where's the main section? Is this the main path? Oh, each one of these is a little section. Oh boy. It might be easier to just adjust this now. Just moving this one section actually made this look a little more straight, and that might be good enough. See if I pull this down a little bit. Yeah, I mean, this might be good enough. If I rotate it a little bit. Rotate. There we go. Wrong way. Yeah, I think this is going to be good enough for the ramp. I mean, you're not really going to see the ramp too much. This is just mostly fluff. But I still want to make it look somewhat acceptable. And now this section needs to be redone. So this path here is I guess those two sides are okay. This section, however, is not. This needs to go up like this. And where's the other one? Oh, this needs to go up like this. Okay. That's probably okay. Probably. So this is going to be one sticker. Oops. This is going to be one sticker. Then now I need to replicate this red on this larger piece here, because it's going to come all the way down and around. And to do that, I'm actually going to take this whole group and move it, because it's going to be in the way. But I can take each group individually. And move it. Move it down this way. That'll get this out of the way. So this sticker is good. This next sticker, this is where the top section starts, right around here. I'll just kind of make a red border around that. Okay, so now I'm going to make a new vector layer, and I'm going to make a new vector. Okay, this is going to go up this way. Oh, this is straight. I don't want straight. I want splines. So this is going to go up this way and around and down like so. Then over to here. Well, I guess I need to do that. And yeah, I'll need one in the middle here to help around this curve. And this section here is going to be square. And then it goes back up. And around. Like that. This is going to be a little smaller than the ramp, but I guess that's going to be okay. I can always widen it after I get the basic shape done. So go straight up like yay, and around, and around, and then cross. Okay. I'll combine these couple whoops. I'll try and join these points together to make one cohesive thing. I think I can do that. Yeah, join. There we go. All right, so now this is one cohesive shape. I'm gonna pull this so this is a little further this way, pull this so this is a little further this way, so I have some scrap to trim. And this little section here, this is a curvature that doesn't actually exist. The ramp itself starts here and goes straight down there. So technically I want to pull this in a little bit, kind of like what I did with this one. I pulled this in a little bit, and that will fill out the ramp a little bit more. Come on, select my. This is really finicky. I wish the vectors in this would be a little better. Okay, this moves over a little bit to here. Okay, yeah, that's filling out the ramp better. This piece comes over this way a little bit to adjust that curvature. This piece, no, not that. This piece comes over here a little bit. We adjust this curvature a little bit. All right. You come in. You can see I'm just kind of widening this image. I'm just trying to widen this image a little bit more so it fills up more of the actual ramp section. And this is going to be stuck on the bottom of the ramp, so it should look pretty good. I got a couple extra curve points in here. You and you and you. And I'm leaving a little space over here because the ramp ends right here, and the habit trail goes in. It'll just, I don't know. I guess I don't need to leave the space there. I can go right to the edge, but it's easier to stick it if I leave a little bit of space. So that's what I'm trying to do in that area. I don't want to move the whole thing. Selecting each individual point is a little bit of a pain in the butt. All right, so that's fleshed out, and if you notice, it's a little more transparent than previous because it's just easier for me to manipulate things and see where the actual shapes are if it's somewhat transparent. So now I can make this not transparent like that. What I'm going to do, I'm going to fatten up the edge line because I want a lot of black kind of on the edge. So let's make the stroke maybe 30. And why did that not? 30. Maybe a little, maybe 50. No, not 59, 50. Yeah, so this will give me some trim space. So once I put it on the sticker piece itself, I'll be able to trim this. The other thing I really should do is line it up or widen it up correctly with this piece, because they're gonna kind of attach. So I need to, no, don't hide that. I need to select all of these individual groups, move it under, well, actually this group needs to be underneath this vector so I can line things up correctly. Now these three groups need to move back to like here, because that's kind of how it's going to line up. And this right here can be adjusted So I'll hide the stroke for the time being. So now I can adjust this so that it lines up kind of okay with this piece. And it doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be close enough so it doesn't look too disjoint. That's probably going to be fine. Okay, so now when I stick these two things together, it'll look like it's going to be a continuous piece because I'm going to be trimming this top section. The last piece I need to add to this is this vector, this yellow line vector. No, I did not want to paste a new image. I wanted to paste it in here. And yeah, this yellow line, I didn't want both groups out of there. You stay in there. Group 2, go in. Why won't you let me move? Oh, alright, duplicate this vector. Get rid of group 2. Move this vector into group 1. There we go. Okay, so now this is all in and of itself again. So I can hide this. And group 2, get rid of this. I'm going to want to adjust these things. No, not add. I want to adjust. So, actually, I want to create a new, now that I have the right thing, because this is going to line up and come around the edging, just like that did on the stairs. Right around the edge. Now with this section though, I'm going to cap this because this is the end of the carpet on the balcony and you drop down onto the habit trail. Bring it up and around. Like so. Bring it up like so. And over to there. Alright, now I'll adjust this stuff because not all of this is really in the position I want it to be. I want you more there. I want you more there. I want you more there-ish. I want you more there. I want you more there. And then again, this needs to be adjusted a little bit. And now unhide this, see how these things connect. This needs to go to there. This one connects okay. Alright, that's pretty good. Now I'll add the black. Oops, I'll add the black outline again. And yeah, I guess okay, I'm gonna need to change this black outline back to 15 because that will line everything up the way it needs to be. And then I'm going to duplicate this vector, and in this vector, not this one, I need the one below it. Yeah, this one. In this vector, and actually I can also get rid of this group. No, shoot. This is the path that I want. I want this group to go away. Alright, there we go. Okay, and now this duplicate vector here is going to have the 50 of the fatness. Come on. 50. And actually, let's make this 60 because I think that'll line up better. Yeah, that'll line up better. So now that doesn't cut into this other path. And yeah, it's not perfect. It's certainly not perfect, but I think it'll do. All right, so that's going to be more or less the ramp. I might add a few more details and things, but okay. Okay, I did add a little more detail. I added a little bit of aging in the center, and I also added some weird flower texture just to add some interest. So you zoom in a little bit more, you can kind of see some of the patterns kind of going on. I think it'll look okay when printed up. So that's going to be the ramp. Now I'm going to work on the banisters. The banisters shouldn't be too bad. I should just need to make one piece and kind of just stamp it around and kind of call it a day. Actually, the first thing I should do is create a layer group and just group all of these ramp pieces together. And I'm gonna put this in here because this needs to be on the bottom, underneath everything. This will just organize things a little bit nicer. There we go. All right. So that's the ramp layer. Yeah, I'm gonna make one banister piece that sits and almost goes to the top, but not quite. And then I'll make a couple wood pieces and kind of stamp things around. So the banister piece, I don't know. I guess I just want it to be a simple wood banister. I'm curious if I have any preset shapes that will work okay with this. That's not what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. See if there's anything that looks like it could be banistery. Not really. I guess just a lot of arrows and stuff. All right. Well, let's draw something then. So this doesn't need to be perfect, but I would like it to look okay. So I'm going to start with a circle or an ellipse, I guess, for the bottom. And this is going to be kind of brown. So let's choose a brownish color. I guess that'll be okay. So I want the ellipse to be kind of like here, and then it can kind of go up. I guess I need a square for that part. Rectangle. Something like that. And then something like, I guess, that on the bottom. That looks kind of like a banister, right? What group am I building this in? I don't want this built in that. All right, new vector. New vector. Give me a new vector. These three pieces go in that new vector. There we go. All right. So there's a script that is not enabled that I want to enable that will combine all these things together. Oh yeah, verge vectors. So this, I think, will make a somewhat cohesive path now. Not really. I guess I need to delete a couple things. You can go away. You can't go away. Oh, maybe there's a union. Vector merge, and cutout select. Vector merge select. No, there's not. All right, that's fine. I can work with this. So if I duplicate this, and now if I make all of these things black, just that's all black, and then the The stroke is all black. And let's show the stroke. Where's my stroke? Show the stroke. There we go. Hey, there we go. Yeah, that looks okay. Let's make this stroke 50. Yeah, all right, that looks good. And now I'm gonna put a little bit of shadowing on this. And this will be my basic banister piece. So for shadowing, I'm just gonna use, first I'll move these vector pieces down to there. And I'm gonna use a raster layer for that. And just do some additive blending maybe, or color blending. It's not the brush I want. I want anything more puffy. Maybe smoke wisp work. Yeah, that works okay. Paint some of that on there. It's actually not on the bottom there. Paint some of that on like that. That kind of looks okay. And then this layer should blend slightly differently. Let's see, so that is luminance. I don't want this luminance actually doesn't look too bad, but I want the color to mix a little bit more. Overlay, not quite. Soft light. Hard light looks okay, but I want to soften that a little bit, maybe to like that. And I'm going to blur this a little bit. Adjust blur. A little bit more. All right, so that's good for like a diffuse color. Now let's create a highlight, be more yellow. Oops. I guess that'll work okay. Let me see. Do I need to blend this at all? Let's see. What's a good blend? That is luminance. I don't want luminance. Actually, this luminance looks okay. But I want to color shift a little bit. So if I take screen and then dulling it down a little bit, that kind of looks fine. And this needs to read from a distance too, so it's probably going to be. So this is probably going to okay. It looks a little blown out now, but when this is really printed up small, I think it should be fine. Which actually means this hard light should probably bump up a little bit more, and then this should more, just to over exaggerate. Again, when I shrunk it down, it should look okay. All right, now I'm going to create another layer, and this is now going to darken things. I want to darken this bottom section and around the sides, right around there. And this I definitely want to color shift a little darker. Yeah, there we go. That looks pretty good. And I can dull that a little bit. Yeah, I think that's going to read pretty nicely from a distance. I think it's going to read really nicely from a distance. Let's zoom out and take a look at this. Yeah, I think that's going to read pretty nicely from a distance. Okay, so now I need to take this. I'm going to. Actually, what I'm going to do, let's save. And I'm going to turn this into its own image, because then I can stamp this around kind of easily. Image, crop to selection. And save as, this is Ben Mr. Post. Okay, let's reopen. Actually, this can go away now. This can go away now. Free up some memory. Obviously, I don't need group 2 in here. Yeah. I don't need background in here. So that frees up some memory for that. Good. And I'm going to crop this a little bit closer to the edges. Right from here to here. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to make the background just black. That's ultimately what I want to do anyways. All right. Save this. Now what I can do, I can load in this this other section. I can get rid of all these banister sections or banister pieces because they're taking up quite a bit of memory on this image. And I can take, I can create a new raster. I can select this, and I can just flood fill using that particular image, like this, 100% scale, boom, right across. And that wasn't quite the right size. I can always trim things around later on. I rather have the full image. There we go. Hey, look at that. It's a banister. Okay. The last part of this banister, I need a base section, and I need kind of a top section. The top section can be that same brown, because that's going to be pretty simple. So that was this guy, and I want to fill it normally. This guy like that. Oops, that's inverted. Let's change the stroke and the fill. So the stroke is going to be black, and the fill is going to be this color. Okay, so that looks pretty good. And yes, I'm going to add a little bit of that highlight to this piece as well. That requires a new layer. And I'm going to paint just this color on top. And it doesn't have to be perfect. It's not going to be perfect, but that's okay. And then I can screen this. The screen is not doing what I want. Oh, here we go. This will work. And overlay will do all right. Where did it go? Because this will keep the black as black. And I'm also gonna, maybe overlay will darken this bottom as well. Yeah, overlay will darken this as well. I'll just throw, hey, stop wiggling, whoops. Overlay. And then let's zoom in a little bit more so I can be a little more particular where I color this. And I'll end cap it like that, and I'll end cap it like that. All right, and that's probably good enough for the banister. And when this gets taped on or stickered on, I think it'll look fairly okay. When I print it up, I'll do a test and look to see what it looks like on it. But I think it'll be fairly okay. All right, so the last section is this raising section, and this raising section is going to be a lot of the same, but I can't just flood fill because flood fill is very linear and uniform, Instead, I need to take one of these banister pieces and just paste it where I kind of want it, and I'm gonna do that. And yeah, these banister pieces are definitely larger than you'd probably expect for this type of stairwell, but I don't really care. This is meant to be an idea and to kind of represent things a little bit. So now I'll fill the rest in black. That's not black. Actually, I'm not. Yeah, I'm. All right. First, before I do any of that, before I do any of that, I'm going to copy this banister and just put it where I want it. Whoops. Put it where I want it to be. I already have these other color. No, I don't have these colors saved anymore. Oh well. I can just make this longer than it needs to be, because it's eventually going to connect. So put it like that. No, too much. I want to rotate a little bit. There we go. Alright, it's probably not going to connect perfectly, but I think it's going to be close enough for what I need it to do. And I want the banister to start up a little bit further like that, because we need to see the end cap of it. Like there. Okay, show this completely, and then do the same thing. So on this raster, paint some wispy things up this way, and then paint some darker things down this way. Cap this off. I'm not going to cap this side because that needs to kind of blend in over to this, and you know, this is probably going to be good enough. Now now I take this and I'm going to fill everything else in black, like yay. And then to save on some ink, I'm going to cut out some of this. This black is I'm running low on black, I think. Hopefully I'll be able to do this or print this stuff up without a problem. But I'll find out. So there you go, there's the art. This has the banister, and it has... Actually, that black needs to go a little bit higher, doesn't it? Yeah. So I'll fill this section up a little bit more. There. Okay, so this section has the banister. I'm going to be making two sections of this. One section goes around here, and one section comes around here. So it's going to be two print ups. There's going to be one print up of this, which goes along here. There's going to be a print up of this. There's going to be a print up of this. Those are going to be printed separately. My printer is not big enough to do this whole thing, so I'm going to have to do like 3 different print slices. So I'm going to print it up, and I'll be back after that. Now I'm going to make these stickers. I've already printed this stuff out. I've already trimmed these things up. And yeah, I'm going to attach to the ramp. When I made this banister, I actually made it the wrong direction. I made it a little too big. This is the original print up that I did. And you can see it's going the wrong way. So I flipped it, and because I added shadowing and shading to this, I also had to flip this other banister piece. Otherwise, now it lines up pretty nicely. And it should look pretty good once I trim out all the white and attach it. So I have this 3M double-sided sticky tape decal something, whatever you call it. I got it off of Amazon. And it's crystal clear once you attach your stickers to it, or your artwork to it. The edges are a little mucky, but that's okay. We're not going all the way to the edges. That's why I trimmed these things the way I did. So everything goes on face down, so when I stick it, it'll be face up on the ramp. And I'm leaving a lot of white and a lot of black, which I can see. I don't know if you can see very well in the video. You can see a little bit. I can kind of see it on this side, so when I trim it, I'll be able to trim right to the edge. Let's see. Yeah. I'm gonna need to roll this out a little bit more. Again, this stuff is kind of sticky and not great to work with, but it does the job. And it does the job fairly okay. Alright, so let's get sticking, I guess. And yes, I am leaving a lot of extra material. I'd rather leave more material than I need than not have quite enough material. This stuff is kind of cheap. Like this roll, I think was like 20 bucks or 30 bucks for, I don't know how many feet, lots of feet, for many, many feet. So I'm not hurting. All right. Cut this off and put the roll away. The other reason I left all this slack is when I go to cut it, it really tries to stick to this these scissors, and it makes it a lot easier to trim paper. Come on, to trim paper than it does to trim sticky section. So yeah, you can see it's just sticking to the scissors left and right, which is really annoying, and it'll be detrimental if I do that on the decal itself. Okay, this can go away. Yeah, you can see I still have a lot of this material left. All right, next, I need to trim out each and every one of these things. This is going to take a hot minute to do, and I'm still going to leave some slack around it, just so I can, this is going to be kind of a rough cut, because again, there's sticky material around here, and it's just a little bit of a pain in the butt. To try to do it somewhat just in time. Did I trim that too low? Nope, I did not trim that too low. It's hard to see, but I did not trim that too low, thankfully. Now we can get this nice and attached. This section, this is another part of the banister down here. Ugh, don't rip. Ripping is bad. Just so sticky. This is where die cut stuff really comes in handy. Maybe someday I'll get a die cut vinyl printer, reverse vinyl printer. Okay, that's the banister. Now here's the stair and floor piece. There's a lot of sticky stuff on these scissors now. Let's start with this, I suppose. Right, I'm going to finish cutting these out. This might take a little bit because I want to, because of all the stickiness, and I want to kind of get it all right. And I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I've cut all these little decal pieces out as best I can using the light and everything. This is actually a piece of scrap. Now comes the somewhat scary part of applying them. But yeah, I guess there's no time like the present, right? Okay, so this is going to be the first decal I'm going to put on, because everything else on the ramp section and the exit section relies on this. I cut it out in such a way that it's going to overlap onto this. So let's take this, or attempt to take this backing off. Okay, there's the sticker itself. Now this is a little nerve-wracking because it's got to go in the right spot. That's about as close to the right spot as it's going to get. And there you go. First decal on. All right, this next decal is going to go and connect to this and continue. And the connection point is not going to be perfect, but it's going to be good enough for what I need it to be. Come on. See, I left a little bit of white right there because that white is going to overlap onto this ever so slightly. Kind of like that. Let's flip it around and see if that looks okay. It's a little bit too far to the left. Well, that's where it's going to stay, I guess. Okay. It's not perfect right in this middle section where it mates, but when you're playing the game, you're not going to really notice too much. It should be fine. Then it bends over. So since I'm putting rails through in this section, I really should pop those holes open. So now the rails can kind of fit in through there. All right, next piece is the stairwell. So here's the stairs. And the stairs, I know I'm gonna have to trim. Right up here. But I'm gonna apply the lower part first. And the stairs, again, aren't gonna mate perfect. It'd be a lot better if it was one continuous sticker, but it's not. So I gotta make do with what I've got. Stairs need to go in a little below. Go up like there. So I gotta trim right along there off. Stairs. All right, so the stairs linked in kind of okay. Again, not perfect, but when you're looking at it from afar, it's not going to be that bad. Looks better without the stickers, that's for sure. All right, now we need to put the ramp side decals on. So I'm gonna start off with this one because this one wraps around, and then I'll worry about putting this one on afterwards. Okay. So this is gonna be kind of hard to do in a way that you can see. Right, this needs to go to this flat point here. No, right here, and wrap around as best I can. And not perfect. It looks okay. Looks okay. Oops. Whoa. Stop wobbling. And now this section is the raising section. This needs to mate as best I can. Sorry, I'm trying to get this somewhat right with minimal folds. Yeah, not perfect. Not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but it works. It does what it needs to. I can probably take, do I have any knives or anything up here? No, well, what I'm gonna do, I'll take an X-Acto knife and I'll trim this little extra section up at the top. So yeah, hey, it doesn't look that bad. You'll see it coming in like this. That doesn't look that bad. I probably could put a little bit more black on the bottom here just to hide that. But all in all, I'm happy with this. Now, I did plan on adding another piece over here as well. I forgot to print that up. So I will print that up offline or off camera and attach it. Otherwise, I'm quite happy with this ramp. This ramp should look pretty good on the table, on the pinball machine. Cool. So in front of me are some templates I made for metal guides that I need to add. I started by printing up these flattened schematics, such as this. I haven't cut this one out yet, of the 3 new guides that are going onto this Mini-Playfield. So now I'm going to go through, show you what I do to make one of these things, and then I'm going to do the other 2 offline. I'll probably show you this one. It's the smallest one and the easiest one to deal with. These are very large and cumbersome to do. All of this I'm doing by hand. I don't have any power tools. I use wire cutters, or not wire cutter, metal shears for the large sections, and a nibbler that I got from Radio Shack for all of the little detail pieces, and then a drill for the little holes. All right, so these 2 pieces are, and actually this is roughly how I'm going to do it, or how I'm going to lay this out on this sheet of metal, and I'll trace it with a permanent marker. I'll use a little bit of tape to keep it and keep this thing kind of on there, trace it with a permanent marker, then I'll have my schematic transferred onto this metal, and then I'll cut it with the snips. So first up, I need to finish cutting this thing out. And then I'll tape them on. Later on this year, I plan on getting a tool to help automate these metal brackets and things, because this really does do a wonder on my hands. I get all kinds of blisters and things, especially with the larger pieces, These 3 guides are actually fairly small, which is nice. Most of the ones I do, like for the large orbits, they're like 40 inches long and all kinds of weird things. And if I have a couple of them, then that can take me multiple days to do, just so I don't really hurt my hand in cutting this stuff out. This ooh, this metal that I have here, I picked up from Home Depot. Originally, I think it was like a 36 by 24 sheet, and just over the years of making various brackets and guides and miscellanea, it's trimmed down into to this piece and a couple other small scraps. So it's lasted quite a while. I think I bought it 5 years ago. I can't remember for how much, but it's lasted quite a bit. It was quite nice. But it is fairly thin gauge. I think it's maybe 22 gauge steel. Very, very thin. Maybe a 32nd of an inch thick or so. Most wire guides are 16 gauge, from what I understand, which I think is about a 1/16 of an inch thick, give or take. And they hold up a lot better than these. These bend a lot easier when the ball hits it, but with enough of these little feet and enough curves and things, they still hold up quite well. All right, so I have this piece cut out. Jeez, I don't know what's wrong with me. Whew. All right, I have these things cut out, so I'll tape them in place and trace them. I'm going to use the straight edge here for the straight edge on the top of this. It just makes life easier and a little less things I need to cut. And I could interlace this more like this to save some material, but cutting in and out all of it, that's a pain in the butt by hand. So I rather waste a little more material but make my life a little easier by just having long cuts. So this is going to be in the corner over here and along the straightaway, like that. So now I trace, just black marker all the way around, and I'll remove it and figure out where the next one can go. So this part's a little trickier. I'm going to peel a little bit of this up just so I can get to the edge here. And then I can kind of connect the dots a little later on. I'm going to make my drill holes. If I just leave this permanent marker on the paper for a few seconds, it will soak through and make a faint dot on the metal. And then that dot I can then darken later on. Let's see. Yep. So the dots here, the dots here, dots here, and dots right there. All right. Take this off. Now, obviously, I didn't connect this section right here because I had that tape there, but this is just a straightaway, so this is easy enough to do. So there's my first pattern. Next, I'll do this piece, which is going to be a little bit longer. And I have a nice straight section here I can put the tape on, and it won't block any edges or anything. So I'll do that, and I can probably just reuse this piece of tape. Put that right there. And trace this one out. And yes, there's a little bit of dead space right over here in this section, but I mean, what can you do without it being a plasma cutter or a water jet or something? excuse me. Yeah, so this isn't going to be perfectly accurate when I cut it out, but it will be so close enough that it really won't matter. It'll be off maybe by a few millimeters here or there, but that's good enough for what I'm doing with this table and these parts. Because no matter what I do, these shears are kind of cumbersome, especially when I'm cutting large areas. Okay, there's that main section. Now I make all the little dots, and then I can go on to this last piece. And this last piece, what I can do, I can line it up right to the bottom of this. That way I only have to do one cut and I don't have to do two little strip cuts. And it does make life a little bit easier. You'll see that in a second. And again, this has a nice long section, so I don't have to worry too much about covering up important features. These are all nice and dark, and they are. Okay, I can take this off and connect this. There. That was a little slanted. I mean, there's a little less material on this side than there is on this side, but that's going to be negligible when I finally put it on. Alright, so now, like I said, I can line this right up to the edge, so I can just do one straight cut for the two of these. That'll make life a bit easier. Can't really see that, can you? Okay, there's that shape. And then the final couple dots. Then I'll be good to start cutting this. I'll cut the major sections out first, or the major swatches out first, and then I'll worry about the details. Trying to cut the details when it's still on this sheet is not really a good idea. Okay, that's that last piece. Okay, so these are my three patterns. First piece that's easy enough to cut out is this one over here. It's a kind of a tiny piece. So I can kind of go straight down here. And I can kind of go across, and I should be in good shape. I don't have to worry about it being perfect on these edges, because I can always clean it up later. All right, there's one piece. I don't need these templates anymore. Now, this section, these two pieces are actually slightly different lengths, so I do need to be a little wary about it. This section, this is where, so the ball goes in on this side and the ball goes in on that side, and they kind of go parallel with each other, so they're kind of back facing. So it's important that this is cut properly. Okay, I'm back. There was some noise across the street, so I had to stop the video. Yeah, I'll continue cutting this out. This piece I'll probably cut straight down here and across, And then I can cut this little piece out and it can be a bracket later on. I save all these little metal bits for various brackets and other miscellanea that may come in handy in the future. So I can just trim this straight down like that. Now this is kind of a pain in the butt. These shears don't really go in really nice and straight. So yeah, the metal's gonna curl a little bit and I'm gonna have to flatten that out later on. I'm also gonna have to be wary to make sure this cuts straight. See how I have to bend that down a little bit. One side bends down, one side bends up, and then my hands get all cut up from the metal pieces. Yay. It's easy enough to flatten it out again. Okay. And I can save this for another use in the future. Okay. Now that's got out. I can cut this up and over now. So this will now be the right length. Kind of like that, I guess. Yeah, so it's not much longer, but it's a little longer. All right, now I'll cut this straight across here, and then I'll show you what I got to do to cut some of this out, out on this piece, and the rest of these I'll do off video. All right, I get my three pieces here. These are obviously a little bent. I can flatten it with a vice grip, which I'll do a little later before I go to cut it. Now this cutting all these little sections here is a royal pain in the butt, because that's where these nibblers come in. So an edge piece like this is actually not bad because I can use the snips on this. We want, like, you know, straight down and straight across. So that's fine. But these inside pieces, to get a nice sharp edge, I got to use the snips. And it's just little by little. And actually, I have gloves this time. Usually I do this without gloves, and I end up getting blisters all kind of in here. But I've got gloves. I need to find those things. I think they're over here. Glove. Wrong hand. I need to get the other one. Right, correct glove. So now maybe this will help soften some of the cutting action on my hand. I mean, it doesn't look like it takes a while, but it actually, every squish I take, it does do a number on my hand. So just imagine I have something, like I said, like 20 something, 30 something feet long, I'm not snipping that whole thing. I'll snip a little bit like this, and then I'll use the shears for long sections. Maybe I'll show you that on one of these pieces. But it's still, it takes a lot out of your hand when you go to do even a little bit of that. The small thing I can just do all by hand because it's not that bad. It makes a lot of little shavings all over the place, you can kind of see. So a shop vac is vital, or some kind of vacuum is vital when you're done. I usually do this over a trash barrel, but to get this in video, I'm doing it over my workbench this time. Okay, and finally back up. Sage doesn't matter much. Oh, come on, really? And then this corner I can just kind of snip. I want it to be a chamfer, so just as easy to sure make a liar out of me. Help if I actually go in the correct direction. Hey, look at that, it worked. So all of my edges are usually chamfers. Just because it looks a little cleaner and it gets rid of some of the sharp, pointy edges. You know. All right, next section. My hand is already beginning to feel fatigued. This glove is actually kind of a godsend. I'd have plenty of blisters by now without it. Ow. Ow. Doesn't change the fact that my hand is kind of getting all cramped up trying to hold this. And up, and then this piece can be, those edges can be trimmed a little bit, and this piece will be done. Well, this piece will be cut out at least, minus the screw holes. All right. Whew. Okay. One piece almost done. I usually use the drill press to drill out these little holes. So I'll go do that and I'll be back in a minute. Okay, so this piece is drilled and trimmed, and I grinded the back a little bit. And it's generally flat. I can take this and kind of flatten it a little bit. Doesn't quite matter much at the moment, but it will. It'll just be a lot cleaner if I flatten all these sections. Alright, that's plenty flat enough. The last thing that I tend to do with this, is I have to bend it all back. In this case, this section needs to bend back this way. It needs to push back. This is my drawing side, so it needs to push back with my drawing side face up. These each have different requirements for that. One of them needs to bend back, the other one needs to bend forward. So it's very important that I do that correctly, otherwise, well, it won't line up right. So if I place this here, and I'm leaving a little bit of a gap at the bottom. I don't know if you can see that very well. There's a little bit of a gap, because I designed this to have a little bit of a gap. Then I fold, and I get a hammer, which I put away. Get a hammer. Get that flat. Do that with this as well, this last piece. Fold and hammer. And now this is ready to figure out where it needs to go on the playfield. So before I do that, I'm gonna vacuum up around here. I don't want some of these bits on the playfield. We'll be back in a second. Okay, so here's the playfield. This particular guide goes in the back. I have the 2 holes here. 2 holes, 1 hole, 1 hole. So it kind of curves around. And the easy way to do this is to have a couple screws ready. Have like 1 or 2 screws ready to put in the dimples. And I'm using fairly short screws. I'm going to be using long screws later. I don't want to completely blow out the dimple. So I'm going to start by putting this section here. Let's rotate this a little bit. Yeah, you can see that a little better. Start by putting this double right here. Okay. And now this needs to curve around to about here. And then this curves around to somewhere over there. That curves to that. It's important that that gets into the right spot. Okay. And then it's important that this comes in. This whole thing needs to curve a little bit more. Where's my pliers? The thing needs to curve a little bit more, like there. So this one come in, and this needs to curve a little bit more. So this comes in to there. Yeah, all right. I might just trim that a little bit. So this is basically the correct curvature here. The ball can come in this way, and the ball can also come in this way, ricochet off that and go in. So that's a good enough curvature for this. Okay, so this guide is done. And I'm gonna trim a little bit of this edge off because it was hanging off a little bit. And I don't really want that to happen. Now this will probably line up much better. That there. Yeah, all right, that doesn't go off the edge. It's important that this side doesn't go off this edge, because this is the side that has the backboard, and if it goes too far, then it won't fit. So there's that guide. And for everything else, for these other ones, it's wash, rinse, repeat. Same idea, same. Gotta cut this stuff. Where'd the other screw go? I don't know. I don't know where the other screw went. Oh well. Just gotta cut these out and then do the same bend process, and use the Playfield as a guide to make the correct radii. So I'm gonna go do all that offline. As I said before, the only special thing that I do this different than what you just saw, I'll do the nibblers up to maybe about here, and then I'm going to take the regular snips and cut all the way across. Otherwise my hand is going to die. I'm going to do that probably with this one, and these two. So it'll help expedite the process. It won't be as clean as the nibbler, but it will at least help my hand, and it'll expedite things. So I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, I've got all these pieces cut out and flattened, and now I need to bend these little tabs. As I mentioned previously, these need to be bent opposite of how one of them needs to be bent opposite of how I drew it. So the draw lines are on this side and this side. This piece has the entrance over here. This piece has the entrance over here. So this piece is actually going to be like this and bent up like this, and this piece is going to be bent up like this. Okay. Which means I put it in here. This goes here, and it, just to double check, yeah, this is going to bend down like this. And the same on this side. It's going to bend down like this. Okay, that's one. On this side, it's going to bend towards me. Actually, I can take this and I can push it up. Like this. And these two, same thing. Let's make sure I get this somewhat straight. Okay. All right. And finally, I gotta go get the Playfield and bend them in with the Playfield again. So I put the Playfield over here. Now, unfortunately, I don't know where my other screw went, so I only have one screw, but that should be enough for this. So this starts off here. I can take, here's my drill. Right here. Okay. I can take this. Oh, the screw is in here. This goes in right there. Then this curves around to go in right there. Where'd that hole go? Yeah. This needs to curve. Goes in like that. make sure this curve is correct. This curve is correct. Okay, I'm gonna get a couple more screws. This is a little bit more particular than this other one. So if I just lightly put all of these in, there and here, and then the other guide, it's important that the other guide lines up. Okay, so there's one, and then this one goes around the back. So I'll put these two screws in and loop it to the front. And see how these two things line up down here? Can you see that on camera? Yeah, these two pieces line up down here, which is important. All right, and this curves all the way around to here. Oops. Okay, so this is basically how this goes. So just that. So that's how that fits. And if I get the ball will go in and around like that. Oops. And right here is supposed to be a guide also. The other thing that goes here, oh, I don't have that available right now. I have the ramp that goes right here. So that one of those wire ramps that I made, yeah, it'll squish nice. One of those wire ramps that I made goes right in this spot. And so this will go right into there like that. And then this piece, as I mentioned, goes in the back like there. And right here is a diverter that probably mimic it with something like this. It swings from here this way to this way. That's probably what I'll use this piece for. I might just take this piece and bend it and turn it into a diverter. Let's see, maybe it's, I wonder if it's long enough. I'm flattening it for a second. Alright, let's see. I bend this kind of right in half. Ish. And I take this and I squish it. Like yay. Okay, open this up a little bit. Yeah, so the diverter is like this, then it goes to here. And with the diverter there, I need to put my finger here. Oops, wrong way. It goes right into that. Okay. I'm satisfied. So next step with this is I'm going to take these off and I'm going to paint them. I'm going to let them dry for a couple of days and they will be ready. So cool. I get my guides. I decided to bring the two ramps down to EMP and test them on the current version of the upper table. They do fit because the upper table didn't change too much. And you can see that things are flowing pretty well. The popper doesn't look very strong in this video. Found out the sleeve was a little mushed,
once I changed the sleeve, it was really strong and it popped up really nicely. So yeah, I think that's gonna do it for this video. It's about 6 hours long, and I don't really want to make anything longer than this. The next video I make will show a little bit of the playfield swap, and then the new playfield and new software running on it.